City of Philadelphia to revise 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2017 through 2021 and incorporating the proposed changes with respect to the fiscal year 2016, which is to be submitted by the Mayor of the Pennsylvania PICA pursuant to the inter-cooperation agreement authorized by ordinance of this council approved by Mayor January 3rd, 1992, Bill number 1563-A, and between the city and the authority. With that, I want to welcome everybody here today as we start our hearings, and I want to welcome the 1st Judicial District. If you could please state your name and proceed with your testimony.
You're right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councilman Heenan, and to all members of this illustrious council. I am Judge Sheila Wood Skipper, and I am privileged and honored to address you today as the chair of the 1st Judicial District Administrative Governing Board and the President Judge for the Court of Common Pleas. I am here today representing my colleagues on the Administrative Governing Board, who include the Honorable Marsha Neifeld, President Judge for Municipal Court, the Honorable Jacqueline Allen, Administrative Judge for Trial Division, the Honorable Margaret Murphy, Administrative Judge for our Family Division, the Honorable Matthew Carafiella, Administrative Judge for Orphans Court, and the Honorable Gary Glazer, Administrative Judge for the Traffic Division. The Administrative Governing Board in its current form really is a new configuration. By order of the Supreme Court at the end of January of this year, I was named as chair of this board, and we have new members or newer members. So we are really reconfiguring how we are doing business on behalf of the 1st Judicial District. So it is in my capacity as chair that I appear before you today representing a unified 1st Judicial District. Also in attendance with me today is Kevin Cross, our Deputy Court Administrator for Financial Services, here to join me in answering any questions from any member of council about our budget proposal. The mission of our courts is to adjudicate cases according to their jurisdiction and to ensure fair and timely and accessible justice to the citizens and litigants in the city and county of Philadelphia. As the new chair, I seek to create a framework for a vision for our judicial branch that is progressive and collaborative with you and other partners. The judiciary is a co-equal branch of government, separate and not subject to influence, but independent to maintain public trust and confidence in our courts. However, all members of our Administrative Governing Board are willing to dialogue with council members about interests of mutual concern and to partner on initiatives. Inquiries can be addressed to me as chair or to the President Judge of Municipal Court or to any of the individual administrative judges for their divisions. I remind you, however, that we are bound by the limitations placed on judges by the Supreme Court and under the judicial rules of conduct and ethics. The Philadelphia court system enables every litigant to receive their day in court, whether through innovative specialty courts and progressive diversion programs, convenient online court access, multifaceted reentry programs, and by implementing best practices in family and youth services. These proactive initiatives, coupled with our high level of judicial commitment and dedication and productivity, enable the court to meet many societal needs and enhance the lives of all citizens in Philadelphia. You've been given a detailed summary of the testimony today, and in the future, hopefully sometime early summer, we will provide you with a consolidated annual report of the 1st Judicial District, which will better inform you specifically of all the things that are going on in the 1st Judicial District. Today, I will simply highlight how the Philadelphia judiciary contributes to its budget, how we remain fiscally responsible, and how we implement new initiatives without seeking additions to our budget, and that we provide a justice system that is not only fair and impartial, but provides accessible services to our citizens who are in need. The fiscal year 2017 FJD budget of $158 million consists of $110.3 million for the general fund and $47.6 million for grants revenue, and is awaiting your approval. In large measure, this $158 million budget request is paid for by the court system itself. In fact, the FJD generates $50 million that is credited towards the general fund. And this comes from $34.7 million that are from filing fees, fines, and costs, and $15.3 million that come from reimbursements. In addition, the FJD saves the city and its agencies $3.2 million annually by waiving filing fees in the Court of Common Pleas and municipal court, as well as $3.7 million in law library fees. As a consequence, the total budget of $158 million request, in reality, is we're only seeking $53.9 million if you consider all of those factors. Based on the revenue we generate and the fees waived to our partner agencies, the Philadelphia Judiciary's budget is really less than 1.5% of the city's overall general fund budget. The First Judicial District remains a fiscally responsible partner in government. Since 2002, we have reduced our field positions level by 100 employees, and our overtime expenses remain 0.1% of our Class 100 budget. For the last 2 years, we have not sought any additional funds in our budget, and we remain budget neutral while at the same time continuing to provide innovative and implement new programs. We provide savings to other agencies by collaborating and implementing programs that streamline our case processing and thus reduce costs to the other agencies. We create access and accessibility to our court system. We've done that in terms of our jobs by having a web-based job application where citizens can merely sit at their home computer and make a job online application. And this, of course, saves time, expense, and cost for traveling into the city to do so. As a newly constituted AGB, we have identified diversity in both hiring and in leadership positions as a priority. We are looking carefully at our demographics and diversity in court hires and developing strategies that include working with our Human Resource Department to review our current tests for employment positions to determine if these tests appropriately evaluate a candidate's suitability for any posted position. We're also monitoring our applicants and utilizing best practices to reverse any disparities and discrepancies in our system. And you'll see on the chart that's handed out, we've outlined to you what our demographics are, as well as what we look like in our contracted services. So, additionally, our courts are fully accessible via the internet for online case status, jury duty status, and payment of fines and costs. In 2015, over 700,000 documents were transmitted electronically or e-filed. $2 million were paid online for bail and other fines and services. And over 200,000 individuals used our interactive voice response system to access the status of their traffic division cases. Currently, over 2 million case filings are stored electronically, and the paper file has been eliminated in the majority of our courtrooms. Let's talk about some of the newest initiatives that have been brought forth by the First Judicial District. First, we now have internet access in both of our court buildings, the Family Court and the Juanita Kidd Stout Center for Criminal Justice. So this enables our litigants and our public to access the internet to assist in presenting any testimony. Here in City Hall, since we are tenants here along with the other two branches of government, the executive and the legislative branch, we each have our own independent Wi-Fi. Wouldn't it be nice if we combined our efforts together and collaborated, and perhaps we could get a service that serviced all of us at a reduced cost? Additionally, fueled by the report from the Supreme Court Elder Task Force, we are creating the FJD Elder Care Resource Center. And this will be a comprehensive location to address the needs for services by our elderly and aging population. Individuals will be able to come into the resource room to get information, to make sure that there's equipment available for appropriate hearings, to be referred to appropriate services as needed, to provide education, seminars, and training to safeguard seniors from exploitation, physical and financial abuse, and mental health issues. Our Orphans Court, in dealing with the increasing aging population, is also providing a guardian investigator to review, monitor, and audit guardian reports and filings. Our traffic division of municipal court has implemented a compliance program so that we can monitor the integrity and professionalism of the court's operation. This program will specify the standards of conduct by which employees are governed and procedures for reporting and the role of a compliance officer who is charged with administering this program. We're also in the process of installing video cameras in the Juanita Kidd Stout Center for Criminal Justice. This is to look out and promote the cause of justice, to deter intimidation, and to foster a safe and secure environment for our victims of crime, our witnesses, and our litigants. We have received partial grant funding to allow us to fund 153 cameras that will be installed in the hallways and common areas of the Stout Center. A vendor has been selected and installation is forthcoming. Additionally, we also received grant fundings to secure electronic evidence presentation equipment. And this will allow wireless receivers and monitors that will permit video, pictures, documents, and any other electronic medium to be stored on a mobile device and then transferred to the monitor for presentation in the courtroom. This, of course, will update the ability of the litigants to present evidence in court by use of their laptop, a tablet, or even their mobile phone. Additionally, a new initiative, which many of you are aware of, is that we received, along with the city and you and other partners, the MacArthur Grant. This grant from this prestigious foundation is a result of an unparalleled collaboration between the city's criminal justice partners, this council, and other partners. The amount of $3.5 million was awarded to address needed changes in the criminal justice system and to make needed reforms. The initiatives that this grant will support will alter the city's prison population, create alternatives to cash bail, establish and enhance diversion and early intervention programs, and address racial and ethnic disparities throughout the justice system. The city is the administrator of this grant, and CJAB, which is the Criminal Justice Advisory Board, is the governance body. Further, as part of our initiatives in municipal court, we have numerous diversion courts and programs that are outlined in the specialty courts and initiatives section of our testimony. And these and other positive reforms have resulted in over 6,700 cases being diverted from the standard calendaring listings and results in cost savings associated with formal trials, with court-related overtime, and lengthy prison stays for nonviolent offenders. We also have re-entry programs in both municipal court and common pleas court, which serve as a vital step-down transition from incarceration to assimilating individuals back into the community, and they are proven to reduce the rate of recidivism and improve offender outcomes by providing placement assistance, education, and training. These reentry programs can be pre-trial based or post-trial based, but they work to make sure that our returning citizens are adequately serviced so that we can prevent the revolving door back into prison. Again, all of these are listed in our written testimony, but also they're listed on our sheet, an outline of what those programs entail. In family court, there are many programs and initiatives for children, youth, and families. The Family Court Juvenile Branch strives to protect the community from delinquency, impose accountability for offenses committed, and restoration to the victim. In matters involving dependency, the Family Court creates and maintains best practices to ensure safety and stability of the city's children and families. The Domestic Relation Branch has jurisdiction over paternity establishment, child and spousal support, and custody, divorce, and domestic violence matter. Some of the programs in family court involving children and youth are the Summer Jobs Program, a Sports and Juvenile Justice Program, a back-to-school drive, and an evening reporting center, all of which are more detailed in our written testimony. Additionally, we continue to monitor the Residential Mortgage Foreclosure Diversion Program, which is an innovative program that allows homeowners to stave off mortgage foreclosures through conciliation conferences. These conferences are court-initiated, conducted with housing counselors, representatives from the Philadelphia Legal Assistance, the Senior Law Center, and Philadelphia VIP. And with assistance from federal and state programs, they help homeowners to achieve a settlement with their mortgage lenders. The court issues a case management order preventing any initial default judgment and schedules a mandatory conciliation conference within 90 days. No default judgment can be entered until the conciliation process is complete. Since the beginning of this program, over 28,000 mortgage foreclosure reconciliation conferences have been conducted, and when a permanent agreement is reached, 85% of these homeowners remain in their home a year later. Over the years, the program has been adjusted and modified to accommodate the changing needs of the community and the litigants. The court welcomes cooperation from City Council in keeping us informed of community and constituent concerns to allow this effective and meaningful program to continue. And lastly, in addition to providing the delivery of fair, timely, and accessible justice to Philadelphians, the 1st Judicial District should be recognized for its contribution to offsetting its costs and generating revenue for other city agencies. An investment into our courts, judiciary, and staff creates returns that positively impact our justice partners, other city agencies, and our citizens. From children, juvenile, to elders, the FJD is poised and prepared to move forward with new, creative, cost-efficient, technology-driven, and inspirational programs for the court and that benefit your constituency. This new leadership and administration of the FJD is determined to be transparent, accessible, and accountable while providing access to justice and our courts. The Administrative Governing Board remains available to discuss any concerns, ideas, and to provide information and education, and we welcome the opportunity to do so. We do request that discussions regarding administration, policy, procedures, and protocols concerning the 1st Judicial District be first directed to the particular members of the Administrative Governing Board and not to individual judges of our court. So I thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony today, and on behalf of the Philadelphia Judiciary, the Administrative Governing Board, and the hard-working and dedicated employees of the 1st Judicial District, we respectfully seek City Council's consideration and approval of our FY2017 General Fund Budget request and General Revenue Budget request. And we will take your questions at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and welcome to City Council. Again, thank you for your testimony. One thing I've always respected, and I mean, not just the day-to-day job that you have to do because it's critical for City of Philadelphia, is how well you keep data, all right, and how well you quantify your savings and how well you associate that with programs. And we're doing that as a city from a budgetary, financial, in our finance department, with our program-based budgeting. So we could take a cue from what you guys do every day. So in your testimony for the FJD for this current fiscal year, it's reported that you were looking at expanding the GPS monitoring, the electronic monitoring, as an alternative system or program for pretrial incarceration. Can you give an update of the expansion, and could you mention or talk about the system that we have now in place for electronic monitoring and how it's more accountable, and with the technology, and how many we currently have, how many can we grow to, and what are the cost savings, and are they associated directly with lowering the recidivism rate?
So what we find with electronic monitoring is that we currently have approximately 650 monitors that can be used for individuals who can be released or not even released from custody and be supervised under the electronic monitoring unit. I believe there are currently 10 employees who work and to monitor those units. What that does, it saves costs in terms of prisons, because it costs less to supervise individuals on the street than it does to have them in the prison. And I believe that cost is probably close to $100 per individual. If we can increase the number of monitors or move to the GPS, and we have already put out an RFP for GPS monitoring, this will increase our ability to release low-level offenders from prison, monitor them in another way, and save prisons for individuals who really need to be there. And so really that is our goal, to look at our population. And some of this will be supported as we look at our MacArthur grant and ways to reduce our pretrial population, and this is one of the mechanisms that we wish to use as a court to do that.
What are the eligibilities for an individual to qualify for electronic monitoring?
Well, they look at the nature of the charges, they look at the individual's background in terms of whether they have other court matters and failures to appear, the likelihood that they will appear in court and be a good candidate for supervision on the street, and the overall determination as to whether there are services that can be provided for this individual if they are out of custody that will enable them to be better citizens, to take care of issues they may be having in terms of substance abuse, mental health issues, so they can get treatment out of custody and be better prepared to be a returning citizen that is productive from all ends.
Well, congratulations on the MacArthur grant. Your testimony, I think you stated that there's unparalleled cooperation with the criminal justice system here in the city of Philadelphia, and we really look forward to reducing the population, some of your diversionary programs, and incorporating both the electronic monitoring systems, getting breaking through any of the barriers that prevent somebody from being eligible for electronic monitoring, as well as video conferencing, which is my next question. Mm-hmm. How is it that you evaluate whether a hearing would allow for remote video conferencing?
So we do video conference at a number of different levels. One is the video crash court, which expedites the adjudication for individual defendants who are in custody, and expedites the ability of that person to be perhaps released from custody. So there's a list that is generated in municipal court, and those individuals are heard, and it's determined whether or not they can be released based on the nature of the charges, whether or not they are at risk of returning or not appearing at court. We also use video conferencing in our criminal section, where violation hearings can be conducted from other prisons, either locally or from the state, so that we don't incur the cost of bringing a prisoner in on a bus, because that hearing can be conducted over the video conferencing screen. That also expedites cases through our system and permits us to do these cases a lot sooner in the system if we had to wait for them to be brought down, particularly from the state system, where it takes a much longer time to get them here. So the effort is to expedite and be more efficient in how we handle our cases. There also have been times where we've actually done guilty pleas, where an individual's in the state custody. I think just recently we did a guilty plea in the state system where an individual is in custody in Rikers. in New York. And so the paperwork was all faxed, the lawyer talked to the individual, and a guilty plea was conducted via the video conferencing. I know there have been one or two occasions where we've even had witnesses who may have been in custody testify even before a jury trial with the video conferencing. So it saves us time and it saves money from both a court standpoint, from a prison standpoint in terms of transportation, and also in some cases it's even more secure depending on the nature of the individual who's in custody who may be testifying.
All reducing costs, reducing times, getting, moving, the process a lot quicker. How can video conferencing be expanded in order to further reduce, I guess it would reduce overtime and the strain on the budget. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
All right, particularly when it regards to the police department. So we just finished at the end of last year a 15-year franchise agreement with Comcast.
Okay.
And one of the things that was negotiated was an INET. And after INET is fully implemented in the city, do you think it'd be possible that the officers could be testifying from their district offices through this technology and video conferencing? And I don't know the particulars, and I'm just throwing it out there because again, that would reduce finances, strains on budgets, overtime, and expediency on trying to reduce pretrial wait and having the ability to real-time conference and using technology as a tool to do so. Is that, I don't want to I don't want you to make a statement yes or no, but is that possible in the future at some point?
I always say anything is possible, but that would clearly be a discussion that we would have to have with our justice partners, namely the district attorney and the public defenders and the private defense counsel, because there also is the issue of the right to confrontation of witnesses that appear in court, that normally appear in court. So there would have to be all kinds of agreement to have that done. But, I think we're all moving forward as technology moves forward. So I don't think that anything is impossible, but it certainly would involve a real conversation that will involve others than just the FJD.
Just a discussion as we move forward with the MacArthur grant.
Correct.
And you have everybody cooperating, collaborating in the criminal justice system that needs to be a part of it. We just have those conversations and see where technology takes us.
Absolutely, and we have a forum for doing that, even separate and apart from MacArthur, under the CJAB, where all of our policymakers and decision makers are at the table. So those discussions can be had, and then it will be a matter of what agreement we can come to.
Absolutely. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning.
Good morning, Councilman.
And I want to weigh in and thank you for allowing the rest of us to catch up with the FJD and CJAB on modernizing criminal justice and looking at best practices both implemented by you and by others to try to make sense of how we more efficiently provide safety and justice. So I want to say that all of us are standing on the shoulders of giants. We're standing on some of the work that was already done before it became vogue, before President Obama discovered it. You guys were on top of it, and I want to say that for the record. And thank you again. A couple of things that I just want to get on the record and make sure that, also, I concur with what the chairman said about the level of cooperation being unprecedented. I see many members of CJAB and also Judge Linder, who is taking on the task on behalf of the administration to kind of work cooperatively together. Can you codify what your diversionary courts, in a brief amount synopsis of what those savings have been? Quick description of each of the courts and how much that has meant to both doing two things: reducing population on State Road and saving taxpayers money. Because if you are a liberal in your thinking of how to save souls, how to do restorative justice, you can make the case for some of these diversionary courts. If you are more conservative and fiscal-minded, you can still make case for these courts because they are saving taxpayers' dollars.
So I always like to start with the fact that not only are they saving dollars and they're creating a more efficient way of doing justice, they really are saving lives. Because what these programs do generally is look at the issues that impact a citizen's ability to be a law-abiding citizen. And I can tell you across the board, they're all the same. Lack of jobs, lack of education, mental health issues, substance abuse, child care. So those are the things that compound criminal justice issues. And if we don't look at those things and identify mechanisms for assisting these individuals, then we will continue to have that revolving door in and out of the criminal justice system. As to the individual program savings, okay, so for municipal court criminal division, their diversion program, there have been over 6,700 cases that have come through that in alternative to formal prosecution. 89% of the DUI treatment court participants have successfully completed the program, and only 15%, so 54 out of 368 graduates have been rearrested. 30 have been convicted for a new crime, which is 8%. So those are really pretty good statistics in terms of people re-entering the system.
How much does that save? Instead of having someone spending time on State Road, I think what's important is to quantify your good works to good savings. Quantifying what you do and how it also saves taxpayers' dollars.
So I think we have a general number in terms of savings, but if you want some more specific numbers, we can provide that as well. So
let me make it easy, because the clock is ticking.
yes, it is.
If you were to combine all of the diversionary court, what percentage of savings, dollar amount of savings, do you think those types of programs have saved the city?
Councilman, we can start to work.
Say your name and pull the mic up.
Kevin Cross, Deputy Court Administrator. We can start preparing that information. We will have to look at each individual program and determine how the savings is occurring, whether it's occurring from incarceration costs, whether it's occurring from reduced police overtime or prisoner bring downs. We have some of that information that's provided in for some of our courts, but we can do it on a collective basis for all of our diversion programs.
So I think that's important as we move forward. This President Clark has empowered this council to look at how we can help you by bringing to scale those courts that are efficient and saving money and reducing population on State Road. If we can figure that out, then you say to me that the Veterans Court saves us money, or the gun court saves us money, or if those things can be brought to scale and we can make significant savings and reduction, I think those are worthwhile investments. The second part of this is in conjunction with them, and I'm going to ask each of the departments that are under public safety today this same question. Where do you stand on GPS technology? I think I've heard that.
Right.
Where do you stand on day reporting centers as an alternative to incarceration? And for big bucks, where do you stand on no cash bail?
All right, so we've already covered the GPS, so I won't go back over that. But I know that in the juvenile system, we do have day reporting. I also know that as part of the whole MacArthur initiative, looking at day reporting and the no cash bail are going to be two of the prominent issues that will be discussed and raised under that MacArthur group. And so there is viable consideration of all of those things. So I would just say let's adapt, wait and see, to just see what recommendations and strategies are developed as a result of the collaboration through MacArthur. Again, everything is on the table, and I think we are poised at this point. We have all the right people and the right players there who are willing to put forth effort in creating systems that are going to better serve the community at large and to address the issues that you've raised.
So if I were in court, I would rephrase the question to say you're not in opposition to any of those possibilities.
Correct.
Okay. Finally, what I want you to touch on risk assessment. And in my limited capacity with CJAB and PCCD, Pennsylvania Crime and Delinquency Commission, and now with the task force, we're looking at trying to update who constitutes a risk to the public or themselves, and reevaluating that to see who needs to be incarcerated versus sent to some of these diversionary programs. Where is that whole analysis, re-examination of the issue of risk assessment?
Okay, so in our probation, we have a risk assessment tool that is being utilized for them to determine the level of supervision that is required. That was developed under...
1970s.
No, that's a more recent, that was developed... What was that?
University of Pennsylvania.
By University of Pennsylvania. Over, I don't...
80s?
No.
Last 5-10 years.
In the last 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been updated.
All right.
What year? In 2007.
Okay.
So it's old, but, you know, we're always revisiting that. And again, that's another item that will come up under the MacArthur discussions, and as we strategize and looking at which individuals need to remain in custody, what level of supervision is necessary. And that's all a mechanism to determine, one, staffing requirements. You know, do you need more staffers for high-risk individuals, less staffers for low risk? It's also going to come up on another angle, because I also serve as chair of the Pennsylvania Sentencing Commission, and we have been delegated to provide a risk tool for sentencing. So there's going to be another mechanism that's going to be coming forth for judges and others to look to determine appropriate sentences, or is there alternatives based on how an individual was assessed. So that's going to be forthcoming, and as a matter of fact, Philadelphia is one of the pilot counties where that will be tested.
Mr. Chairman, I just would say probably the most germane thing we can take a hard look at is that you can never predict what someone is going to do 100%, but we can minimize those individuals that could possibly be given alternatives to incarceration by this one tool. So the no cash bail and that are probably the two pillars by which we will make further decisions, because I think it's 60% of folk up there are there because they can't afford bail at State Road. And that is like more like debtor's prison than actually protecting the public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. And, you know, I just want to commend you for your diligence in seeing through some of these things that you've been championing for many, many years, especially when it comes to day reporting and reducing our population and looking for those data sets to help better our citizens. Chair recognizes Councilman Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman Heenan, and good morning.
Good morning.
President Judge. I have a few quick questions for you. Right now, is there any backlog, or what roughly you can tell me the backlog for cases going through the court systems, whether it's common pleas, municipal court, or there's divisions underneath those? What is the time frame for each court as far as backlog is concerned?
Let me see if we have that information here today. Right, we do. All right, I don't have specific numbers to detail whether or not, in fact, we actually have a backlog. We know that in our PCRA, our post-conviction unit, we do have some backlog, some related to the juvenile lifers only because the Supreme Court has just made a ruling concerning those, others related to lack of counsel to take those cases through the system. And so we are working diligently with our justice partners to develop mechanisms and protocols to relieve any of that backlog and to move forward with those PCRAs. As to our criminal trials in general, because of the nature of the programming that we have programs for early resolution. We have what we call smart rooms where cases are sent fairly quickly from arraignment, where they can be resolved quickly either through plea or some other mechanism. And so we look to deal with cases as early on in the system as possible. We look to divert cases earlier on in the system, probably at arraignment, where they're diverted to particular programs, either the reentry programs or diversionary programs. Judges are diligent in trying to move cases forward, making sure that requests for continuances are legitimate requests and not those that's meant just to delay the process. So we try to make sure that we keep tabs. We can, if you like, try to get any specific numbers, but overall, I think we're doing pretty good.
So I would like the specific numbers maybe shared with the City Council.
Very well.
For each court, what the backlog is. And by the way, this presentation you gave us, I thought was excellent.
Thank you.
Really good, very good. The other question I have is on the, if I understand the numbers correctly, in your testimony, the cost to fund the court system is about $54 million roughly, ballpark, at the end of the day.
Once
Net of all of our revenue.
right, correct. Once you net the revenue.
And so the filing fees, the fines and costs that are $34 million, are those who pays those filing fees and fines and costs? Are they paid at the court hearing, or how do they get paid?
They are paid through the electronic system, and normally not there in court, but where there's a process where they go to a counter and they can pay there or they can pay online.
Do they have to be paid in advance of hearing the case?
Councilman, this is Kevin Cross. For civil cases, for our electronic filings, the fees are paid when the motion or petition or pleading is filed. So if the pleading is uploaded into the system and a credit card transaction occurs to post the payment.
So you would not have any delinquencies then, would you?
Not in our civil cases, no. We have some unpaid fines and costs.
Do you have unpaid fines in other areas? How much would that be?
I don't have those numbers here, but we can get those for you.
Okay, I'd like to know what those are and what they represent and what we're doing about collecting those. And the other question is, when's the last time we've looked at changing the fees and fines and costs and raising them so the city would put out less money in our budget?
The fees, fines, and costs, I don't think we've looked at. Some of them are statutory, and so they would have to be changed by legislation.
It's okay.
So 1984, so that's certainly something that...
1984.
That's what I'm told.
That's the George Orwell book, isn't it? 1984. Is that something we could work with you on to maybe consider that it's been, how many years is that? 33 years? 32 years. That we haven't changed the fees?
Right. And that's for criminal cases. In terms of civil...
Well, I'd like to suggest, and I'm happy to work with you, is to review all fees, and let's see if we can get the numbers down that it costs the city. Clearly, if it hasn't been changed since 1984, it's something we should go to our legislators and say, this is ridiculous. We need to adjust this.
Very good.
I'm just looking to save the city money, and you'll look better by asking us for less money, too. You'll look great.
Of course, they may decide just to raise everything, too, right?
So can we work on that and have a follow-up to that?
Yes, we'll take
Okay.
note of that. I also just wanted to go back to your original question about the backlog. I will note that if you look at page 9 of the testimony, it does indicate that our clearance rates in all divisions is over 100%, meaning that we clear more cases than are brought in at the end of the year. So,
If someone asked you this question, what's the average time it takes to go through the court system when you file a case in Philadelphia? How would you answer that?
so on the civil side, we are within the ABA standards, and the cases are done, I think, in less than 24 months. On the criminal side, it depends, because it depends on the nature of the case. For instance, it may take a homicide a longer time to go through the system. It may take a felony case that goes to early resolution could be resolved within 4 weeks of the arraignment. So that's going to vary depending on the case and the complexity of the case.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning.
Today. I first and foremost want to congratulate you on your new position,
Thank you.
as well as a very, very strong, comprehensive, and detailed presentation.
Thank you.
Probably one of the most detailed we've seen thus far, at least in my very short, brief lifetime as a council person. But I just want to thank you for your service as well.
Thank you.
I want to focus on support for our young people, juvenile reentry, juvenile justice. And you specifically listed a overview of programs that appear to be very successful in supporting our youth, specifically the new employment opportunities for non-custodial parents, the summer jobs program with Philadelphia Youth Network, alternative to secure detention initiative, and juvenile treatment court. Those are the key ones that stuck out to me specifically because, one, we know most young people want to focus on trying to obtain a job during the summertime so they don't have to stand on the corner hustling or get involved in other types of crime and violence to put money in their pocket. But there's also a mental health component because I know from working on the ground in the neighborhood, the level of mental health and drug addiction issues that some of our young people have through self-medicating based upon the environment in which they are living in. So I was pleased to see those particular initiatives and would like to see how you will focus on building upon these initiatives moving forward in the future, but also specifically when it comes to the issue of gun violence amongst young people. I know we do a lot of work on the adult level. I often go to Greater Fort with Councilman Curtis Jones to work with the lifers and individuals on state road, but I also recognize that the people who are carrying guns are becoming younger and younger. And so are there any specific initiatives that focus on young men, in some cases, young ladies that engage in straw purchasing? And this would probably be another conversation for another department down the line as well. But just give me an overview. Are there any initiatives that specifically on a juvenile level that we focus on that deals with young men carrying guns? And then from your perspective, the best practices that you deem successful in terms of initiatives, how can we continue to build on them and be supportive as a city to support our young people who are going to the family court system so they won't become career criminals? Because I'm a firm advocate, if we invest on the front end, then we don't have to deal with down the line young men on State Road, young people going to Greater Fort. And the last part is that reentry component. When that young man goes to Glen Mills, he goes to Slayton Farms, what's the transition process to reintegrate them back into society? Because I know at one time, the issue of the school district, from a report that I saw from Philadelphia Youth Network, was the issue in terms of school district and foster care. So that's the threefold question. How can we be supportive to help build on your best practice initiatives? 2, youth gun violence initiatives, particularly for young people that carry guns. And then 3, the reentry. When a young man comes home from Glen Mills or placement or youth study center, or young ladies, how do we reintegrate them back into society?
So I think if we look first in terms of the program with gun violence, we have the youth violence reduction program that works with juveniles in terms of giving them supervision and direction to keep them out of the system or returning back to the system. And I don't think the reentry opportunities, the reentry concerns are any different from youth than they are for adults, because it's still the same issues. Are they getting education, or do they have mentoring and strong support systems? Do they have a place to stay? Do they have food on their tables? You know, for the older youth, are they having summer employment to keep them out of trouble, as you mentioned? So we are supportive of any efforts that continue the court's general theme of making sure that people who are reentering society are getting the tools that they need not to go back. And I think preventiveness is the best tool. So if we work on the front end to make sure that our young people are getting the education that they need, that they're getting the support mechanisms that they need in terms of creative programming, having mentors, giving them positive role models and peer specialists who can discuss with them and treat any of their issues concerning substance abuse, mental health issues, parental concerns, and really just navigating through our system in the city of Philadelphia, dealing with peer pressure, which is, I think, one of the biggest things that causes an individual, a youngster, to go into a different way of life, because the pressure of others pushing them in that direction. And so we need to be there as a mechanism to give them an alternative.
Do we have specific numbers on young people who are arrested for guns and gun crimes, specifically juveniles?
I don't think we have that in our testimony today, but we certainly can get that information for you as well.
And I know my time is about to wrap up. What do you consider challenges or levels of support that will enhance the work that you guys are doing? And I know money always plays a part, so it's
always money and resources. And as I've identified the resources, those are the same resources that we need in just about every program that we're dealing with in the court. And we have many justice partners or service providers who work with us. But, you know, when you have these programs where people need housing, so they need to have identification. So we need people working to make sure they have birth certificates. If they're having Social Security, if they're incarcerated, and that gets cut off, then it has to be turned on before certain services can be provided. We need someone we need a mechanism for paying for the treatment. And so it always revolves around money, but it's the resources and having the collaboration and consistency among the programs that'll help.
Thank you, Ronna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Chairman Heenan. Good morning.
Good morning.
President Judge Skipper, Wood Skipper, excuse me, I want to commend you and also Administrative Judge Allen for your leadership of the First Judicial District. I think it sends a strong message when we have two women of color leading our judicial system here in the city of Philadelphia. I want to thank you for your leadership. And also it speaks to the fact that the city was successful in the MacArthur grant through your cooperative relationship with various entities in our public safety arena, working with District Attorney's Office, Public Defender's Office, and the city in getting that grant. I think it also speaks volumes about the way that your leadership has helped to work collaboratively. It also reflects on hearings I had earlier this year when I talked about social impact bonds or pay for success bonds and looked at the Choice is Yours model as a way to provide additional funding for recidivism. And I think the MacArthur grant provides some additional dollars in that regard.
That's
so
correct.
Thank you in that perspective. Looking at your budget testimony, you indicated a net cost of about $54 million to the city of Philadelphia, and I think that's good financial stewardship. But it also reminds me of an ongoing, a long simmering I'll just say legal debate regarding who's responsible for paying the costs for our court system. As you know, under the Pennsylvania Constitution, we're supposed to have a united judicial system, and when Governor Rendell was mayor, there was litigation. I know the Pennsylvania County Commissioners Association actually sued the Commonwealth not once but twice, and there was a writ of mandamus in reference to funding. So I'm curious, in reference to that ongoing discussion, what thoughts you may have in that regard.
So there really is nothing new regarding that. I'll defer to what the statute says and what the state of the law is. It is what it is, but nothing has happened to push that forward at this point. Kevin, is there anything you want to add regarding?
No, there has been no new action that we're aware of at the legislative branch or at the executive branch at the Commonwealth.
And who is the current liaison from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to the First Judicial District?
We do not have a judicial liaison anymore.
Okay,
as of the end of January.
Do you have any perspective of when that appointment may occur? I know there's been some dynamics in the Supreme Court, but have you given any indication?
We are told that we will know, because we are the only judicial district that ever had a judicial liaison, we are told that we will not have a judicial liaison.
Oh, so you're understanding that there will not be a liaison to the First
Correct,
Judicial
that is my information.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Ginn.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
And I also want to add my voice to the accolades that are being delivered to you, both in your current role and but also in terms of the presentation. I thought was incredibly helpful, very thorough in terms of outcomes, and gave a really great snapshot of what we're looking at. I also wanted to thank the district for a lot of programs that you've engaged in, even beyond the MacArthur Foundation grant, which will be, I think, historic and dramatic for our city, but also the mortgage foreclosure diversion program, Project Dawn, which I think is a really important aspect of work, and especially in broadening understanding about sex workers and that industry. So I want to thank you for all of that.
Thank you.
Some of my questions have to do with juvenile justice and trying better to understand the process about juvenile placement. These were some questions that came up following the DHS testimony in particular. Could you talk a little bit about what are some of the factors which led to the increase in dependent adjudications between 2014 and 2015? So that was an increase of about 17%.
I am actually, because I don't sit in the juvenile program, I'm going to actually defer that question to Administrative Judge Margaret Murphy, who's not here today, not available today, because I don't want to misspeak on that, and I'm not familiar with those numbers at this point.
And, you know, I think that that's just, when we see, you know, a rise in that level, it's helpful to understand a little bit about what's happening around that. And among the questions, similarly, is for youth delinquency cases that actually result in placement, what does the family court do to evaluate outcomes for youth by provider to better understand the decisions that are being made by judges to place young people with specific providers? I know you have aggregate numbers in terms of high school diplomas, you know, returning GEDs, but do you look at this by actual provider?
Again, other than the numbers that I presented to you per our testimony today, I would have to defer to Judge Murphy for more specifics in terms of if they look at particular providers and make those determinations. So we will certainly make a note and have her get back to you regarding that information.
Yesterday in testimony, it was presented to us that DHS may not actually be providing that information directly to the courts. And do you feel like that type of information is important or for judges in order to understand which placement options are quality options for our young people?
Speaking personally, I certainly would want to know, particularly if I'm sending an individual to a particular facility, be it a provider or treatment facility, that they are performing the job that we expect them to do. And if there are issues or concerns, I would want to be aware of that, so that if there's anything that needs to be done to intercede, to make sure that they're fulfilling the obligation and meeting the needs in your case, the children, that's being done. So I would think we would want to know that.
And is there a venue in which DHS and the courts can communicate about that kind of information?
Absolutely.
For
That
judges?
type of information would be brought to the attention directly of the administrative judge, Judge Murphy, who could then take whatever measures she deemed necessary as a result to take corrective action.
Thank you very much. You know, one of the other areas that we're trying to press on is about children who are under court supervision and some of the data that's come out about how they're cared for. And of course, the broad majority, 95% of them, are either in a home, kinship care, foster care, or congregate care. But there is about 5% who are not and are therefore in some sort of a detainment center or hospital as a result, with no kinds of direction about what the end outcome is for them. And if we're looking at these numbers of 2,500, 2,496, I don't know if that's the accurate number to use, that would be about 125 young people. Can you talk a little bit about what happens to those young people who don't actually find a placement, and what is the detainment center or hospital situation that they're placed in?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last portion of that?
Could you talk a little bit about what does happen to the young people who do not actually achieve any kind of placement and thus are left in some sort of a detainment center or hospital? And maybe if you could be specific about what that detainment center actually is.
Very good. So once again, because I really don't want to misspeak, and I'm not specifically familiar with the details that you are requiring or asking about, I'd like to defer that question to Judge Murphy and ask her to get back with a detailed response concerning your question.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to each of you.
Good morning.
I'm showing my, we use these phones, but I'll tell you, my age is starting to show. I've refused to enlarge the print, so you just bear with me a second, okay?
Take your time.
My question is in regards to the turnover rate, and if you've already addressed this, I apologize. Just refresh the record for my benefit, if you will, of probation officers and sort of the cost for reinvesting in sort of providing competitive salaries so that we can reduce that turnover rate. Can you just give us some context of that issue?
So I think it's generally perceived that our probation officers turn over more maybe than other employment, and the general reason being because the counties, the state, and the federal government usually have higher salaries. So we lose an average of 20 to 25 probation officers a year, usually to any of those other entities. And so right now we have 277 probation officers, and they're carrying a total caseload of 250 people. So it represents like 9% of our workforce.
You said 9%?
9%.
9%,
Right. The salaries in a recent, negotiation, the salaries have been raised. They were raised for 3%, and then that resulted in an increase in salary for the probation officers. And at the end of that, the end contract will increase the salary again by 3% this year. So for the last 3 years, they have been getting some increase in salaries. But I still don't think it's necessarily comparable to what they're making out in the other areas. So we are obviously taking a hard look at that because, we don't like to train our probation officers, and we train them well here.
And then they
go
lose
somewhere else.
like a
So
brain
we have
drain.
to look at how we can retain them, and I believe that salary is probably the easiest generator of how we can maintain our probation officers here and keep the expertise where we've trained them in here in our own system.
Great. Well, that was my question, and I wanted to make sure that we talked about a competitive salary as a way to alleviate and or plug that brain drain that you just referenced, because what you just described is sort of equivalent to what we hear from pre-K providers. Sort of they'll get teachers will get great training when they go out to get academic assistance, and then they come back. As soon as a job opens up with the School District of Philadelphia, they leave the neighborhood-based education center, and then they go to work with the school district because the salary is better, the benefits are better, and so forth. So I just want the record to reflect that is something that we should take a hard look at it, and thank you for your response.
And thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a few additional follow-up questions. Looking at page 2 of your testimony, you talked about a new initiative, the FJD Elder Care Resource Center. Is that center up and running as of yet?
Not yet, but we are in the process of conforming it to meet the standards that we need in terms of accessibility for the elderly and the handicapped, and shoring up some staff that we're going to provide in-house, but we also need to have some additional funding so that we can staff it with advocates that will work with the seniors or anyone that comes into the center. But we are hopeful that we will have it up and at least a soft opening by the beginning of the summer. So it's coming.
Okay, good. One of the reasons I had some inquiries, one, as chair of the Council Committee on Disabilities, definitely encourage the fact you're taking steps to help people that have mobility issues. Two, talking with colleague Councilman Thunberger, who is the chair of the Council Committee on Aging, and I'm the vice chair. We're talking about having hearings possibly in the fall regarding financial fraud as it pertains to elders. So having that information, considering you'll be doing workshops and resource opportunities, that would be a good opportunity to work in a collaborative fashion with some of the work that you're doing.
Absolutely.
And we've also had conversation with AARP, who do telephone town halls. So some of the work that you're doing could be plugged into that. Following up on some questions that Councilman Parker asked in reference to salary, it made me think of often when you talk about salary, you're also sometimes dealing with collective bargaining or other type of negotiations. Are there current situations from a negotiation perspective that the First Judicial District is in at this point?
I am not aware that we are involved at this point in any negotiations right now. I think we do have some that may be forthcoming, but right now I think we are not.
Okay, so what are those contracts that are forthcoming?
Let me start by saying that any of the economic issues are negotiated with the city. We're not involved in that. We only deal with the operational and job performance kinds of issues. And I'm not sure, is there one that's coming up? I may have misspoken. Maybe we are not aware of any at this moment that are coming up.
Okay. And also follow up on when you talked about salary, also promotional opportunities are also important. And you provided in the budget detail, I believe on page 6, some of the demographics of full-time staff, both male and female, as well as executive staff, as well as ethnicity. Do you have that information by way of department so we can see where people are from all different perspectives in different departments, like, for example, juvenile probation or traffic, so we can see where people are located?
We don't have it available today, but we can provide that. We do keep that.
And also, what type of initiatives do you have within the court system to provide promotional opportunities within various departments?
So depending on the department, certain positions require particular trainings and certifications. And so one of the things we are looking at, as I mentioned, is our testing for particular posted job positions to determine whether they adequately reflect whether an individual can do the job. all of our departments are now looking, because this is really a focus for us, and to look to determine promotional opportunities for members of our district, because one, we want to keep our good employees here, and we want to give them a hope that there's opportunities to move up into different positions. So we are looking in each department to develop strategies to make sure that we are doing that. So I can't give you specifics for each division right now, but that is on the radar, and it is a priority for us.
Okay. Yeah, to the extent that you can provide that to the chair, that can be disseminated to other members, to all members of council, because when we talk about not only salary but also promotional opportunities, it's also important to make sure that both in the line staff as well as the executive staff and all departments in the First Judicial District should reflect the city of Philadelphia. So we want to make sure that staff that comes in sees a diverse executive staff, so that way they continue to seek promotion opportunities within First Judicial District and not go outside to other agencies.
Correct. Understood, and it's something that certainly we are taking note of, and it's definitely high on our radar. I would just note that some of our higher executive positions, some of the court administration positions, are state positions and not funded by the First Judicial District.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Kim.
Hi. Thank you very much. Can you talk a little bit more about the work that's being done by the new guardian investigator in the orphans court? And maybe a little bit about how many files are able to review and or audit, or any findings you've come through that work of that new position?
All right, so this is obviously a new position brought on because of concerns or whether or not guardians who were being appointed were actually doing the work and having the oversight that was necessary to make sure that this was doing well. So we don't have any statistics as of yet, because it is a new position, but that guardian investigator is really responsible for being the individual who is on top of the guardian to make sure that they are following the appropriate paperwork, that they're looking out for the interests of the individual that they've been appointed guardian is, and to make sure that they're making appropriate reports back to the court. And then if there's a need for the court to intercede, to develop more training and expertise among the guardians, that's going to be taken on as well. So we're looking to develop that role, but it is a work in progress.
And when did that position come online?
Okay, so the job specifications are being prepared now, so it has not, that
You've not
person
hired.
was not hired, but that's the expectation.
Okay, great. And one of the issues that I know, if you could work with the Committee on Children and Youth a little bit, as well as I'm sure the Committee on Aging, is if you're noticing any patterns or issues that start to arise from your work. So, and then I guess my second question would be if there's anything to pivot a little bit towards the issue of eviction. If there's anything that you think the city can do in order to ensure that parties who are involved at the point of eviction, whether individuals can have access to legal advice and representation.
I guess when you say can they have,
Can the city ensure, if we recognize eviction in particular as being a very devastating type of issue for families that we know through national data that they tend to primarily impact single female heads of household with children, that we then put young people in a dangerous situation and families in a situation where both not only could they go out onto the streets, but that oftentimes the loss of a home can mean removal of care from a family, that this is a very, very serious issue that has impact that reverberates throughout multiple systems. It's come to light through some of the national data that's been out there that many people at the point of eviction lack any legal representation. They may have an option to call a number, but they would largely have to pay or get in line for, a long line for legal services. But there's no right to legal representation in an eviction situation. And I am interested in asking whether, you know, given the cases that you've seen and what's been going on, whether you feel like there's more that the city can do to provide individuals at the point of eviction with legal representation.
We always think that legal representation will help to protect an individual's rights. So any, I think, resources that can be developed or any programming that can be developed to assist. We know that there are particular groups or agencies that do provide volunteer assistance to individuals who may be in that situation, but it may be something that perhaps a collaborative effort to develop a program that would address that would be certainly something that would be warranted. And again, I would defer that one, since that comes under President Judge Marsha Nyfield as a municipal court. I would defer that to her for her consideration and for further discussion surrounding that.
And is there a place where some of those conversations can happen with a broader dialogue around it? I mean, part of it is that there's been a number of, you know, increasing attention to the fact that New York City, for example, has put in a lot of money into legal representation and ensuring that its residents have legal representation at the point of eviction, and has seen a significant decline in evictions as a result. And is there a space, I mean, other than just individual kinds of dialogue, is there another space where some of these conversations can occur?
Well, obviously, I would recommend the initial conversation be had with her, but then we can always convene a group of collaborative partners who have various interests in this issue and have a discussion about what strategies can be developed to address your concerns. And I'm sure that can take place. We do so many things collaboratively, I don't think it would be a big issue.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I have one question, one last question. I noticed that, which is really positive, you collected $35 million in back taxes under sequestration? Yeah. That's basically where you take over someone paying a bill and they pay it to us instead of someone else. Can you explain that process and how we could expand that?
So the sequestration project is a means for the city to collect overdue taxes. So this project was developed in our civil commerce program, and hearings are conducted, and a petition is filed to appoint a sequester for looking at the commercial properties where tax liens have been filed. And during that program, the city, as you indicated, has attained $35 million, and half of that money goes to the school district. So the court really acts as a mediator in providing a process for individuals to sit at it and collect those funds and get those paid so that the back taxes are done.
So you've collected $35 million over a year, 2 years? What's the time frame?
3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Correct.
But we have right now $350 million in delinquent real estate taxes and $150 million of delinquent water and sewer. Can we attack those delinquencies through this program?
I would probably have that discussion with Judge McInerney, who's the supervising judge for the Commerce Program, to see whether or not that program can be expanded. Right now, we have 3 judges who sit in that program, and obviously this is not their only role. It's it's not the sequester program, but I can certainly have that discussion with her and get her views and opinion as to whether or not it can be expanded.
Okay, so you can get back to us on that one.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other members wish to have any follow-up questions for the President Judge? All right, well, thank you. President Judge, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your testimony and what you do on a daily basis, and look forward to having an open and communicative type of correspondence and dialogue moving forward. So thank you so much for your time today.
And thank you as well. And again, we always are open and willing to communicate and have discussions. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your time. Okay, next, we would like to call the District Attorney's Office.
What's your actual title? Deputy Innovation and Training? Innovation what?
Training, technology, and special projects. Goodness, you will not forget. Of course, I dig it up at 4:30 to leave Penn State, so I'm a little foggy, but I'll be there in a minute. Who's here with the pocketbook? No, you can move it. Give it a pocketbook. No, just move it to it. Put it underneath or something.
Outstanding.
Councilman, nice to see you.
I came in second. I didn't get knocked out.
Well, good morning, Mr. District Attorney and those who are accompanying you. Thank you for coming in, and if you may state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, my name is Seth Williams, and I have the honor of serving the city that we love as the 24th District Attorney. Mr. Chairman, I am joined today by, to my left, my first assistant, Mr. George Mosey, and to my right, your left, Jody Lobel, who serves as our Deputy for Training, Technology, and Special Projects. I also have many other members of our office that are here. Hopefully, if I can't answer some of your questions, hopefully they'll be able to support me and get you the answers that you need. I'd like to begin by just stating for the record how thankful I am for the working relationship that we have with all the council, specifically Council President Clark. And this budget process this year has been a significant change and improvement, I believe, over the past. I want to thank Council President Clark and his budget staff. I also want to thank Mayor Kenny and his staff, specifically Rob DeBoe, Anna Adams, and Brian Abernathy. It's been a breath of fresh air working with them, trying to address the needs of public safety in our city and the needs of the district attorney, and I look forward to working with them and moving forward together as we try to protect our city and keep our city safe. So I just want to start off by saying that. And I appreciate that. I know all of you very well and respect all of you, and we meet and talk all throughout the year. So it's an honor for me to be here on behalf of the 600 men and women of the District Attorney's Office to talk about our office and our concern, our unified need, all of us, to keep our city as safe as possible.
No,
I think it's appropriate.
It's nice to see a district attorney who's out there in the streets, with not only the community, but the folks who have been elected by the community, and seeing firsthand what we're faced with on a day-to-day basis. So,
well, thank you, Councilman. I grew up in Cobbs Creek, and I love being the DA, but I'm trying just to be the best steward of the office that I can be for however long I have the ability to serve as a district attorney, so I thank you for saying that. I think it's appropriate to begin. My very good friend and Councilman Green began one of his questions of Judge Sheila Woods Skipper. I feel I gave her a promotion by now. But he started talking about the MacArthur Grant. I think it's appropriate in many ways for us to begin. I think our city receiving the MacArthur Grant is one of the greatest recognitions and demonstrations of the public safety, the criminal justice partners in Philadelphia work together, and how we're committed to public safety and how we're committed to reforms in the criminal justice system. The amount of money that we receive through the MacArthur grant itself is almost a rounding error if you look at the city's entire budget. But the fact that we were selected after a very rigorous process, and that they believe that all of the partners, the police, the courts, the public defender, the prison commissioner, all of us are committed to reducing our prison population by approximately 34%, doing all that we can to reform the criminal justice system, I think really is a feather in the cap of the city of Philadelphia. And I just want to start by bringing that to everyone's attention. But again, criminal justice reform, this is a term we hear of a lot lately. Council President Clark has prioritized it, and Mayor Kenney focused on it well before he became mayor. We hear President Obama and Speaker Paul Ryan and many others discuss the need for reform. Criminal justice reform is not and should not be a scary concept. It does not, nor should it mean letting offenders out of prison early for the sake of emptying our prisons. It does not mean giving breaks to sex offenders, murderers, or those who terrorize our communities with illegal firearms. It does not mean throwing taxpayer money at programs that demonstrate no evidence of reducing recidivism. Criminal justice reform is something more profound. The term acknowledges that our system has flaws and that working together we can make it better. When the system is improved, all of those people who are involved in it benefit. For victims, an improved system means more efficiency, fewer delays, and a greater likelihood that their perpetrators will be held accountable. For less violent offenders, it means the greater likelihood of removing barriers to being meaningfully employed. For ex-offenders generally, it means more and better programs designed to address their criminogenic needs, so they will be both held accountable for their conduct and presented with an opportunity to get better and ultimately do better. For taxpayers, it means a better use of taxpayer dollars, because if done right, criminal justice reform will reduce recidivism. Recidivism reduction means less crime, fewer victims, robust reentry, and ultimately a better criminal justice system. It wasn't that long ago that I spoke with council during my first budget testimony about the need for reform. And I held this book up that day, Smart on Crime, by California's Attorney General Kamala Harris. 7 years ago, some of these concepts seemed out of the mainstream. Wouldn't our small amounts of marijuana program give too much of a break to pot smokers and lead to more illegal drugs on our streets? How can we have diversionary programs like the Choice is Yours, in which potential felons could be diverted into programming? Wouldn't resolving many of our misdemeanor cases by offering specialized and tailored diversion just send a message that we aren't taking crime seriously enough? Is establishing an entire separate pretrial division from which all of our diversionary programs would be overseen the best use of our limited resources? Why would the district attorney be discussing second chances for our nonviolent offenders? We have come a long way. People don't ask those questions anymore. Instead, we are all talking about further reforms. But the portion of criminal justice reform only tells part of the story. If only it were that simple. For at the same time, we are, unlike in years past, grappling with a significant uptick in gun violence. People are beginning to feel less safe and less secure on our streets. And we're also dealing with the scourge of an opioid epidemic. Philadelphians are dying at an alarming rate from heroin, prescription drugs, and other opioid overdoses. Mr. Chairman, in 2014, there were 655 drug-related overdose deaths in Philadelphia. Nearly 350 involved heroin. How frightening that the cycle for which can and often does start from addiction to prescription pain medication. Think about all we have to do. Contain gun violence, contain our heroin epidemic, continue to hold our most violent offenders accountable, make people feel safe in their homes and communities, encourage more second chances, and help align the city's infrastructure so that programs for those offenders with criminogenic needs are good, effective, and available. That's for all of us to do. This body, my office, and each of the entities coming before you today in budget hearings. So that we know where we need to go, let's talk briefly about what we have been able to do. In diverting more offenders out of the criminal justice system, nearly 40% of our misdemeanor cases are diverted out of the criminal justice system, which is a tremendous increase since 2010. Diverting these cases has not negatively affected public safety. Within 1 year of completing the diversionary program, fewer than 14% of those individuals were rearrested. Within 3 years, fewer than 25% of these individuals were rearrested. Consider that the rearrest rate for those released from state prison is 63%. Resolve cases faster. Earlier, I know Councilman Dom asked a question about case resolution. During the same time period, misdemeanors are disposed of much faster, from more than 7 months to less than 4.5 months. We charge fewer people with crimes now. In 2010, we charged 26,467 misdemeanor cases. In 2015, we charged 18,096, a decrease of almost a third. At the same time, fewer cases are withdrawn. We have had to withdraw 14% fewer misdemeanor cases. We are also now holding more cases for court. We're holding about 72% of our felonies for court in 2015 in comparison to 63% in 2010. Nearly 20% of our felony cases are disposed of well before trial through our Smart Room program that you heard of earlier. Had these cases proceeded to trial without early disposition afforded by the Smart Rooms, they might still be listed on court dockets. It takes a long time for a case to resolve by trial. Cases are continued for various reasons, yet each listing, the defendant is brought to court if incarcerated, victims and witnesses are subpoenaed to appear, police officers must attend court, drugs and guns are tested by our criminalistics experts, and money is expended to list cases and occupy court time. Smart Rooms, Mr. Chairman, are efficient in resolving cases early, without the need for long trial dates and attendant expenses. Reducing recidivism by successfully diverting nonviolent drug dealers. The Choice is Yours is a program that I tell people plagiarism is a bad thing in law school. Well, plagiarism is a great thing as a DA, and I stole that idea from Kamala Harris from when she was the DA of San Francisco. Of those who have entered our program, 67 or 88% had a graduation rate and only a 12% rearrest rate. Of those 25 who rejected our program, 17 or 2/3 have been convicted of a felony. 60% have a rearrest rate, 5 times worse than our graduates. Those graduates who have been rearrested spent 199 days in custody. Those who rejected the program and have been rearrested have spent 3,417 days in custody. Therefore, we have shown a cost savings of at least $320,000. All this has allowed us to focus on our more serious and violent cases, and we have succeeded. Look at our conviction rate increase from 2010 to 2015. Homicide is up 9%, from 78% to 87%. Rape is up 9%, from 55% to 64%. Illegal gun possession is up 13%, from 52% to 65%. And Mr. Chairman, we are saving the city money. Our AMP program saves the city annually about $3.5 million. The Choice is Yours, $320,000. Bench warrant court, close to $100,000. Smart Rooms, the equivalent of 18 officers are on the street instead of in the courtroom, which is at least a savings of $900,000. As a result of our diversionary programs, over 1,000 drug cases were resolved without ever having to order an analysis from our chem lab, saving the city at least another $100,000. Just as important, this has reduced the burden on the labs in terms of work hours needed to process backlogs. We are thinking outside the box in our battle against heroin overdose. We're doing things that prosecutors have historically never done. With the funding from the Pennsylvania District Attorneys Association and Independence Blue Cross, we are assuming the major responsibility for our drug drop box program. Commissioner Ross has been integral in establishing and helping us maintain the program. His staff at every police district has been unequivocally collaborative. Drug drop boxes are critical in our fight against prescription drug abuse. I saw, Mr. Chairman, you tweeted that this weekend about people being able to turn in drugs on Saturday. Our county detectives are collecting and transporting the collected drugs. I make this point to emphasize that we're doing so much more with every meaningful budgetary increase. To date, we've collected about 200 pounds of prescription medicines and things that were just brought out of people's homes and cabinets. We have our med return boxes at the 1st, the 15th, the 19th, the 22nd, 25th, and 35th police districts. Phase 2 will start very shortly. We'll be adding the 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 12th, 14th, and 26th. With our colleagues at the District Attorneys Association, we secured $50,000 in funding from Blue Cross for the purchase also of naloxone kits, which the police will be using on our streets. I also want to thank Covanta, which is a company in Conshohocken that has agreed to destroy of all these drugs that we're turning in. Proposed funding request. The proposed fiscal year 2017 general fund budget totals $36,295,718, which is an increase of $813,504 over fiscal year 2016 estimated obligation levels. This increase will generally allow us to maintain current staffing levels and cover salaries that have been covered by grants. The proposed budget includes $33,303,525 in Class 100, which is an $813,504 increase over fiscal year 16. Again, this funding will be mandated union increases and maintain current staffing levels. We appreciate this increase. I can't state that enough. We appreciate the dialogue that we've had with the mayor's office and their recognition that our office needs more resources. I want to especially acknowledge Brian Abernathy for working with First Assistant George Mosey to ensure that money that we were losing from federal and state grants would not hurt us, and that they would ensure that we would receive that $813,000. You might ask, why are we losing grant funding? State and federal governments generally do not award grant funds for more than 2 years. After that time period, they expect agencies to sustain grant-funded programs out of their current budgets. If our budget were merely adjusted for inflation from fiscal year 05, our budget would be $1 million higher than what it is in the proposed budget. And I've brought a chart to demonstrate that. Mr. Greg Rowe, who's the chief of my legislation and policy unit, will do his best Vanna White impersonation. And so again, the police, prisons, and sheriff budgets are all far higher than if their budgets were merely tracked for inflation. The police, $59 million higher, prisons, $24 million higher, and the sheriff, $2.4 million higher. Since 2009, the DA's office has had the lowest percentage budgetary increase, 12%, of any other public safety agency. The sheriff's budget has increased 32%, police 24%, fire 17%, prisons 17%. The average increase since 2009 for a criminal justice agency is 21%. What will we do with additional funding? Focused deterrence expansion. Our fight against gun violence, in collaboration and conjunction with our partners, especially the police, with approximately $275,000, we would have an additional 2 assistant DAs and 2 detectives to work on reducing gun violence in our city. Expungement. I know many of members of council want us to do as much as we can to help individuals get their records expunged, which is a step beyond just banning the box. Since we do not object to the vast majority of expungement petitions, we could review more petitions if we had more bodies. Approximately $175,000 will allow us to have 2 additional ADAs and 1 clerk reviewing these expungement petitions. More petitions being reviewed means more expungements will be granted faster. In this endeavor, we all agree the process has to be right. Equally important, funds for retaining staff. I understand that the budget is tight. I've been hearing that from council for the past 7 years, and I understand. But the city has a significant number of priorities, including helping to adequately fund our schools, which is the greatest crime prevention tool. Assistant DAs leave the office not because they don't like their jobs, but because law firms typically pay a significant amount more than we can. We will never be able to match the salaries of the firms. But any increase so the best and brightest in my office can receive even a modest bump to keep up with the rising costs of everyday life will help us keep those who are committed, trained in our programs and philosophies, and know what it is to be smart on crime. Mr. Chairman and members of council, I'd also like to speak briefly about our law division, which is something most people don't even understand or think of when they watch Law and Order. I wanted to take a moment and recognize the great work of our law division, consisting of assistant district attorneys who often get the least recognition because their work is primarily to defend the convictions of our office. They are writers, researchers, and advocates before our appellate courts. They are bright, thoughtful, and inquisitive, and work very hard to ensure convictions are sustained. They help create appellate law, explain the nuances to the courts, and at the end of the day, ensure that our crime victims have a voice and advocate in our Superior, Commonwealth, Supreme, and federal courts. The institutional knowledge that these assistant district attorneys have is impressive and invaluable. Their knowledge of the law is not something that is learned overnight. It is a deep knowledge learned from years and years of research, writing, and other experience. They understand the most complicated areas of the law. They're able to use their commitment and intellectual skills to ensure that the guilty, such as murderers and rapists, remain behind bars. Many of these individuals could have ended up at big law firms making a lot of money, but they've stayed true to public service and their commitment to the city of Philadelphia. So, Mr. Chairman and members of council, we've come a long way in 7 years, but we still have a very long way to go. I remain excited and committed to us finding the best practices from all over the world to help make Philadelphia the safest city for all of us to live, work, and play. With that, Mr. Chairman, in accord with the wishes of the President of Council, we've submitted an overview of our budget and lots of charts, and with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. You said, if I could make a request that these charts, if you could email them to the chair so we can get them out to all council.
Certainly.
Because I think you make a compelling argument on the disparity in resources as far as the rate of return and, what we're all trying to accomplish within the, having your part in the criminal justice system. So with that being said, I'm just sitting here listening to your testimony and looking at your charts, and you started off by acknowledging what a great recognition it is for Philadelphia to receive the MacArthur Grant in just the recognition of what we're trying to do, and it's just when, and I also recall when you first were elected into office and it assembled your team and you campaigned and you are living by being smart on crime, and that is exactly what this recognition is about with the MacArthur Grant and putting together the criminal justice system in its totality for a longer term approach to reduce our recidivism rate, our general population rate in our prisons, as well as increase in our diversionary programs, which it's been a priority of yours for a long time now. In your budget testimony, you had mentioned that you would like to improve some of the other diversionary program components. Could you maybe touch on that a little bit, because I think it all goes into play on what how we're all working together.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. And again, the MacArthur Grant, I think, embodies and personifies how well the Criminal Justice Advisory Board and all of the public safety agencies in Philadelphia work together. And yes, I ran in 2005 and 2009 on a platform of us being smart on crime, and a lot of people thought all of that was just rhetoric, all these numbers I was throwing out. And as you know, in December of 2009, the Philadelphia Inquirer, Craig McCoy, Nancy Phillips, published a series, Justice Delayed, Denied, Dismissed. And it chronicled the severe dysfunction across the board of the Philadelphia criminal justice system. With that as a backdrop, and with all of us working with the municipal budget in free fall, we began working together to do all that we could to make the system better. And I think that the MacArthur Foundation's recognition demonstrates how, of the hundreds of cities that applied, they saw that our commitment was the most meaningful and the truest and worthy of receipt of the award. I really believe that being smart on crime doesn't mean that we're soft on criminals. So we have to do all that we can. Jody is sitting next to me. When I became the DA, we tripled the number of people, not trying cases in the court, but just those that are in a room reviewing all of the paperwork to ensure that we only charge the right people, that we only charge them with the right crimes. There was a lot of tension at first when we did that. A lot of people were mad that we were reviewing cases in that way, but it was the right thing to do. And we've, as you've heard, significantly, almost by 8 times, increased the number of diversionary programs that we have now here in Philadelphia. Everything, we have Veterans Court, you heard of Dawn Court, you heard of The Choice Is Yours. I have a program with community college, where instead of sending someone to jail with a felony, we're going to send them to community college. So The Choice Is Yours as an example, and I've spoken with Councilman Green about possibly different funding sources, but if we were to send someone to state prison, Mr. Chairman, for a year, it costs us about $40,000. And the failure rate, the recidivism rate, as you've heard, about 63% get rearrested within 3 years of their release. So from a far left-wing, let's get something done, to a far right-wing return on investment perspective, what we're doing is failing. The Choice Is Yours is a program in which we take individuals that could go to jail for a minimum of 1 year for the sale of illegal drugs on our streets. And instead of sending them to prison, we teach them life skills, right? Don't get another tattoo on your eyelid, pull your pants up, show up on time. They get literacy training, work-ready training for jobs that are necessary in the economy of Philadelphia. And if they successfully complete the program, Mr. Chairman, their records, we don't just drop the case, we expunge their record. And so this is a significant case, but it costs us about $4,000 a year to operate. I'm very thankful that Jerry Lenfest and Marguerite Lenfest, the Lenfest Foundation, began by giving us $1.4 million to get started. We received another, I think, close to $400,000 from the William Penn Foundation. But I truly believe this is something that municipal government and the state government should fund at that $4,000 per person. We could save a lot of lives by an increase in the Choice Is Yours program. But we have a lot of other programs, AMP1, AMP2, all these other programs you know of, the SAM program, small amounts of marijuana, where instead of trying these cases and clogging the courtrooms, we're trying to address the criminogenic needs of these individuals so they don't come back to court, so they don't re-victimize others, and all this is saving the city money on top of promoting public safety.
So the increase, as you're just describing, for the soft skills and
correct,
and some other components to the diversionary programs to reduce the recidivism, you say that 63% are back in the system within 3 years. So does that include expungement? You would mention that?
No. So we're working. I know many council people. I know Councilman Johnson and my Councilman Curtis Jones Jr. often contact me and want us to do more, working with the Bar Association, working with the Barristers Association to put on expungement clinics. And we are definitely supporters of that, so that people who have had their cases thrown out of court or withdrawn prosecution or were acquitted would have a greater opportunity to have those records expunged. It's a step, as I said earlier, beyond just banning the box, which I know passed through council recently. And so we've asked, it would be helpful so that we could cut down the backlog, we could review more of those cases. If we were to have an additional $175,000 would allow us to hire 2 ADAs and a clerk just to handle those expungements in a much better and more efficient way.
Great. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I want to talk about the Economics Crime Unit, which is one that I worked very closely with as a staffer here for 15 years in this body. But before I do that, I needed to, for the record, give a special shout out to Greg Rowe, who I began working with during his tenure in the Rendell administration with the mandatory reporting of lost and stolen guns, when we were able to push for that historic vote on the floor, and when we were working on the passage of House Bill 1264, which was actually signed into law and allowed for experts to testify in cases of sexual assault. Obviously the attention was after the Sandusky trial received so much attention, and I just needed to say thank you to him for the record. From the Economic Crimes Unit perspective, how many lawyers do we have assigned to that unit?
All right, first, let me thank you for recognizing Greg Rowe. I have the opportunity, I work with 600 of the greatest people, and Greg Rowe, who was the chief of our Legislation and Policy Unit, does a phenomenal job. The District Attorneys Association in Pennsylvania really is comprised of two people that would go to Harrisburg, as you know from your history as a state legislator. Greg Rowe and Ms. Ashley Martin is here, and they do a phenomenal job on behalf of all Pennsylvanians. But I want them to also work more with counsel, as ever you have ideas about public safety issues, to contact us for them to help you. We have an Economic Crimes Unit, which is in our Investigations Division. It has a chief, Lisa Caulfield, and I believe we have about 4 assistant district attorneys that are assigned to the Economic Crimes Unit. They handle all types of cases, ranging from cases in which elders are being scammed in many ways, cases often in which there's about $50,000 or more in controversy, where someone is trying to steal a deed of a property, and they do a lot of great work. I get a lot of crazy emails from people who've said that I may have inherited $1 million. You might get some of those too. And every time I get those emails, I forward them to our Economic Crimes Units, because they're a pattern. There are people that are trying to prey on people, but they do a lot of great work in our Economic Crimes Unit.
That number that you just gave, $50,000, and that was in regards to deeds. I'm really concerned about the issues associated with home contractors. And while I'm familiar, obviously, with the Home Improvement Consumer Protection Act and its relevance to the civil remedies, right? We have seen an influx, particularly with the issues associated specifically with a mortgage product called reverse mortgages.
Yes.
And during that hearing, we heard a lot about home contractors, but they talked about the low amount, the low dollar amount. So my question to you is, one, does that unit coordinate with L&I on the prosecution of contractors? Are they communicating and coordinating sort of with the Senior Law Center? And is there a limit to what the amount of the contractor fraud is that would trigger our department to then pursue prosecution?
So the easy answer is yes, in that Deb Nixon is an assistant district attorney in our Economic Crimes Unit. She handles the majority of our elder abuse cases when it comes to economic abuse. And so yes, she works with the Philadelphia Corporation for the Aging and the Elder Law Project. With that, I will have to find out about working with L&I also. But if we find that there's a pattern, those often are things that we will put before a grand jury, or we will conduct an investigation with the Major Crimes Unit of the Philadelphia Police Department to get to the bottom of it. The $50,000 threshold is just something for that unit. But if if there's 99 cents in controversy, and there's a crime, our office will prosecute it, but it will be handled by one of our geographic units, as opposed to the Economic Crimes Unit.
I will, Mr. District Attorney, if you can, I would be very interested in getting an overview of the prosecuted cases that the Economic Crimes Unit has worked on from throughout the city, and I appreciate your referencing the regional offices and the role that they play. But if we could have sent to the Council President a citywide overview, and then have them based on your regional locations, or if it was done by Councilmatic District, obviously that would be greatest for us. And I'll come back during the second round, because, and you mentioned a pattern, but our challenge is sometimes whether or not the contractor, the contract is so low, let's say $1,000 or $1,500. What I'm hearing from constituents is that the amount is so low, right, that it is not sort of being prosecuted and they're being referred to the AG's office, which is why I'm bringing it up on the
Right,
record.
and Councilwoman, I think part of that is that when it comes to our charging and the police have investigated it, the question comes down to, is it a civil matter or was there actual crime? Now, clearly, they could be consumer protection issues that aren't criminal, that they have civil remedies. And that's something that the Attorney General's office handles in their Consumer Protection Bureau. But I will definitely get back to you and maybe set an appointment so that Ann Ponterio, who is here with me, she was the deputy of our Investigations Division, which has oversight over our Economic Crimes Unit, and Curtis Douglas, who is currently that deputy. Between the knowledge of those two, maybe sitting and meeting with you, your staff members, or a council hearing on about that, I think would be very worthwhile.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leeway, but again, it would be great to have from a citywide perspective those specs and those numbers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Dom?
Thank you, Chairman Greenlee, and good morning, Mr. District Attorney.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How you doing? You look pretty good, by the way, considering you had a boxing match this weekend.
Yeah, well, I'm doing the best I can.
Yeah.
My head is still ringing.
That was a great cause. That's good. I have a few quick questions for you. First of all, I attended an orientation when I first, I think it was January or February of this year.
Yes.
Where you had a great orientation. You must have had 25 or 6 district attorneys in the room. Very informative. It was the best orientation I attended of any department in the city.
Thank you.
And you guys do a really good job. So I just want to commend you on the record for the job all of you are doing. And I will say this, the choice is yours. And the way I understand the numbers on the choice is yours, which is a great program, and that we should fund whatever is needed, is that it costs about $4,000 per person a year.
That's correct.
And the savings is about $40,000 to $44,000, $43,000?
Well, it costs approximately $35,000 to $40,000 to house someone in a state of Pennsylvania correctional facility. These are people that would have gone to state prison, and it only costs us about $4,000, which is less than what it costs to run it in San Francisco. It was about $5,000 per involved individual there. And we have a great partnership with JEVS. They provide the majority of the services. The Pennsylvania Prison Society. We work with a lot of great partners to provide the training to help these individuals. And clearly, it has significantly reduced recidivism of these individuals and made them productive Philadelphians.
So, but the other benefit that maybe should really also focus on, you mentioned it, is that not just the economics today, but it's then they don't have a record, they can get a job, they can become productive, they can pay taxes, and all those benefits that spin out are huge.
Correct, because for the most part, if you have a felony conviction, Councilman Dom, it's almost like an economic death sentence. You can't get a job. This gives them that opportunity to not only just not serve a year in prison, but to become productive, employable Philadelphians, and then you might appreciate tax-paying Philadelphians.
I do appreciate that. How much money do you think you need for this program from the city?
Well, I would love to scale it up. If we had 200 people in it a year, it'd be $4,000 per person.
So you need $800,000.
That'd be a great start. I'm also trying to lobby Secretary Wetzel to pay for it. But see, we're caught in a catch-22 in that I'm very thankful. Former Commissioner Girola and the board of the prison, they've given us $50,000 the last 2 years to operate it. Otherwise, we could not have continued. We're in a catch-22 in that these individuals, yes, they would have gone to state prison, but Secretary Wetzel believes that since they would have spent a lot of their time housed in county on state road prior to being sentenced, that many of them never would have gotten to state prison. And then we're being told by the county that, well, it's a state sentence, the state should pay for it. But clearly, someone should pay for it, and not only the private sector. I'm very thankful for Jerry and Marguerite Lenfest and the William Penn Foundation, but I really believe that this is something that the municipal government and the state government should fund, because clearly it makes a difference for public safety and in the lives of those young men and women that are graduates.
So I don't know the process, Mr. Chairman, but I'd like to go on a record that I'd like to see us as a body fund this program the fullest that's needed. It's the best investment we can make, and make sure that the district attorney and his office has the monies to fund these programs for whoever's applicable to it. One last comment I will say to you. I want you to remember this. When you take one idea, it's plagiarism. When you take many ideas, it's research.
There we go. Okay.
Anyway, thank you. Thanks very much.
I'm doing as much research as possible.
Have to remember that one. Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. District Attorney. Thank you for being a part of the justice continuum, meaning integral part of CJAB, an integral part of justice in the city of Philadelphia. You have a hard job. You're not a social worker. I get it. Your job is to protect the public, and sometimes, that means locking people up. So having said all of that, there are a couple of areas that I would like to get your feedback on. A couple of years ago in the budget, I made a big deal about witness protection. We fought for and got you additional money in the budget. In recent months, we had a rash of murders, and some of those people were not related actually to me, but through acquaintance I knew. And I got to sit down at dinner tables about integral parts of what happens really when these things happen. And it was eye-opening, to say the least. You kind of read about reports and statistics, and they are not as graphic as the pain of a mother. Mm-hmm. So now, having said that, one of the issues that came up was witness protection. And that the young lady that testified before Kenyatta Johnson's gun violence hearing talked about graphically how the youth that were around her son that was murdered were in fear of their life, and even at times were hesitant to come forth as witnesses because there's not enough of insulation, protection, I don't know the proper word, to safeguard people who have to go right back into that community. And what her testimony said, that I shop in the same place that the killer of my son's mother shops. I worship 2 blocks away from the block where these young Thundercats congregate. So it's not like it's a big, giant ocean that they can hide in. It's a small, in the North Philly area in particular, we're talking about 2 blocks over, 1 block up in a lot of cases. So give me a synopsis of the state of witness protection, and to what degree does that impact justice and conviction rates and so forth, and then finally, what we can do to help in that regard, because without witness protection, there is no justice. Because unless you're relying on cameras only, which is a good thing, we've invested in them, but it is not the only thing that is needed for a solid conviction. And I'm not trying to tell you your business, but from an outsider's observation, this is scary.
So first, I want to thank you for your continued support for witness protection and witness relocation. I want to thank you for constantly setting up meetings between myself, my office, and the Philadelphia Housing Authority, as you almost do every year, to address this. I just want to start off by saying, you started by talking about just the personal context, not just the numbers. Every morning, the first thing I read, I get on my iPhone the statistics of the shootings and the homicides from overnight. But beyond that, the most difficult thing for me about being the DA is the emotional toll of meeting the family members of a victim from the Amtrak derailment, meeting and going to the funeral for the young girl who was getting her hair braided on the front steps in South Philadelphia, and she was shot. And having to go to the Temple University Trauma Center when Officer Robert Wilson III is lying there and then declared dead in front of all of his family members. That is the most difficult part, is just the actual meeting people. And, on many occasions, as you've said, you've contacted me personally about members, constituents of yours, people that you know, people from around the city just contacted you because they were afraid. And almost invariably, every time, I then put you in touch with Jen Selber, who's the chief of my homicide unit, so that we can get the right services as quickly as possible for those people. The state of witness protection and witness relocation in Philadelphia is better than what it had been, which is still nowhere what it could be. People think of the movie My Blue Heaven, where you're a witness to something, and then you get moved off to Arizona. You get a new identity, and you get a middle-class lifestyle in Arizona. It's not how it happens in Philadelphia. At most, unless you're in the mob, at most, we are fortunate to have a great relationship with the Philadelphia Housing Authority. And if you're living in a property in West Philadelphia, you might get moved somewhere in North Philadelphia. We are very fortunate, however, as a result, again, of the justice delayed, denied, dismissed. We saw with the great rate of cases that were being thrown out of felony court. They weren't even being held for court because of witness intimidation. So that was one of the reasons why I asked the courts to work with us and to bring all of the courts, not having preliminary hearings out at the police district, which you think might be safe, but they weren't safe, bringing them to the Criminal Justice Center, and also allowing us to have indicting grand juries. So since about 2012, we have taken about 1,600 cases before the indicting grand jury, cases in which victims and witnesses came forward and said they were being threatened, they were being intimidated. Almost every homicide case in Philadelphia, there's witness intimidation. So we are now bringing those cases, instead of doing long-term, like the normal investigation and a preliminary hearing, we're putting those cases before the indicting grand jury, which protects the victim or the witness from having to confront. You refer to them as Thundercats, instead of having to address and being confronted by the defendant and his friends in the courtroom, having them take pictures. Judge Renee Caldwell-Hughes was fundamental in creating a book for the judges to understand how to identify people that were being intimidated, threatened in the courtroom. People were taking pictures, posting them on Twitter as rats on Facebook. Doing all of those things has allowed us to hold more defendants accountable now through the use of the indicting grand jury. The funding that we get for the witness relocation and protection is primarily for the transportation to and from court often. In some situations when we put people in hotels in or around the city, that's still problematic. Often we have people who we put in the hotel, they invite friends from the neighborhood to go to the pool. So we're trying to do as much as we can, but I think a lot of it is every step of the way. And identifying people earlier who are being threatened, charging people for witness intimidation, and publicizing that. Doing all of those things, I think, has made a difference. Again, additional funds would allow us to find better ways to keep these people safe through the use of county detectives for a more meaningful way.
So I might even encourage some of my guys on and colleagues on the Public Safety Committee to look at that narrow sliver of justice to see how we can enhance protection. Again, the brave souls that walk over there in CJC
right.
and then walk back to that community.
Right, they're going back and they're waiting for the 46 bus on 60th Street.
Right, and so that concept, not to mention the set of elevators that you have to ride up with some of the defendants' family members,
right.
And some of the tussle. And the Sheriff's Department has done a good job of escorting people out, but we need to evolve this concept
Correct.
of witness protection if we could. And I'm gonna come back on my next round to talk about deed theft. So whoever deals with that. That is a growing issue for my constituents. So I'm going to pass off to my colleagues, but you can tee up the...
Okay.
So don't look, don't have that look. They're like, oh, God.
Thank you, Councilman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Outstanding. I just got back from Penn State. You'll be happy to know that.
Oh, okay. All right. Good. You have it. Well, this weekend, I thought you were, doing the boxing thing and the Broad Street run.
Boxing was Saturday, Broad Street Run was Sunday, but then Sunday evening through Tuesday, I was at leadership training for the District Attorneys Association in State College, Pennsylvania.
Okay, very good. Well, many people know Seth and I go way back to our days at Penn State together, even though I graduated from Temple University. But we have had a long history, and I think that overall, I do want to give you accolades and recognize the work that you have done as a district attorney. I can only tell you that the staff of the DA's office has been extremely professional in my dealings with them. It's an outstanding staff overall, and I have, I had my own incident where I was rear-ended by an alleged drunk driver and went through a process. And I have to say that the DA's office handled it with such a level of professionalism that, they were calling me way more than I was calling them to give me updates and information, and I really appreciated it. And I just wanted to let you know that and be on the record about that, because I think it's important to recognize folks when they're doing the right things and when they're doing good things. But there is something else that I wanted to mention to you, and I know we've had a number of conversations about this, which is the number of, well, not a number, but 3 employees in particular who go by the last names of Fina, Costanzo, and Blessington, who have had some issues around the Porngate scandal. And we've talked about this. We talked about this last fall. We talked about it last winter. I believe we talked about it earlier this year, and here we are in the spring talking about it again. And it's just a little bit frustrating. Actually, not a little bit. It's a whole lot frustrating that we still have to continue to have these conversations. And it puts me in the mindset that no matter how much great work you do, and you do great work, no matter how much good work you do, it is diminished if we continue to employ people who have received, and in some cases circulated, racist, pornographic, and homophobic emails. And I think that, in 2016, I don't even think we should be having this conversation. I think it's outrageous that we're still here, still having these kinds of conversations that started really with your release statement on the Friday before Labor Day at 4:23 p.m. You released a statement saying that these employees were going to receive sensitivity training. And then nothing happened. And, we continued to press along with NOW, National Organization of Women, and another number of other women's groups. And then we were told in late November that they had received sensitivity training. So a couple months went by before anything was done, and as I understand it, the sensitivity training wasn't even sought until a week prior to it actually occurring. And then after that, there was still, some delays, and then in early December, we were made aware that the transferred employees were transferred to different units. And so I wanted to get an update from you, because I was told, the last conversation I had with your office, I was told that there were going to be some additional changes in regards to the employment status of those employees, and wanted to find out what has happened. So as I understand it, Frank Fina was transferred from Special Investigations to Civil Litigation, Costanza from Special Investigations to Appeals, and Blessington from Insurance Fraud to post-conviction something. And I just wanted to see if those employees are still with the District Attorney's Office?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And they're still in those units that they were transferred to?
Yes. So, you have another question?
No, if you want to, expound on your...
Certainly. So,
Sure.
One, I'll say that, I'm not here to defend the practices at Governor Corbett's Attorney General's office, or the atmosphere, the tenor, the tone, the culture of that office that allowed people to do what was going on at that time. I think, as you're right, you have every reason to be upset. Rational and reasonable people should expect more from civil employees. But as the CEO of the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office, I had to ascertain what my employees did, if they did anything while they were the employee of the city of Philadelphia, which they had not. Two of these individuals were merely the passive recipients of ignorant and offensive emails 5 years prior when they had worked at another place of employment. And so my position, after a very lengthy and I think exhaustive internal investigation, was that it can't be the standard that we fire employees for having received ignorant and repulsive emails years prior. And we looked at the behavior of them in our office, if they'd done anything similar, which they had not. But you're right. I made the initial decision, and then after speaking with you, after reviewing and listening to the concerns of former Councilwoman Tasco and others, and speaking to other members of council, I said, there's something to what they're saying and their feelings, and we need to do a little bit more. And so we did a little bit more. And I came out then, I said, we need to ask the Attorney General, because the standard, again, we have two very respected current members of our Supreme Court who were merely passive recipients of the same exact emails. We're not asking them, I don't hear anybody asking them to step down. The Attorney General herself, her sister, were also recipients of the same, and the Attorney General's sister forwarded these things. So again, I have to see what's in the best interest of our office, of the people. These are three individuals that definitely made an error in judgment, but have had tremendous careers as public servants, have a tremendous body of experience and wealth of knowledge that we just can't get by jettisoning them off and just hiring somebody out of law school. So I understand how you feel. I feel in many ways the same, but as the district attorney, I have to evaluate the facts of these individuals, not just something that Milton Street is handing out on the corner, and really think about what is going on, who are these people, what's the best thing for me to do for them and public safety in the city. And as a result of all that, I came out later and I said, I demanded that the Attorney General release all 10,000 emails, not just, 21 emails that these three guys got, and that two of them are merely passive recipients.
Well, let me just say a couple things. So the first is that, for me, this has nothing to do with Kathleen King, Corbett, Milton Street, any of these other outside players. This is really about these three individuals who work in the district attorney's office right now with taxpayer dollars. And the fact that some of the emails that were circulated included, a heavyset African-American woman eating fried chicken, and of course, a caption beneath it that was demeaning and degrading. Three African-American young black women related to as or referred to as the new Three Stooges. And of course, there's the hot ghetto mess, and then there's the one with the person running with a bucket of fried chicken, because, we all love fried chicken, I guess. But you understand what I'm saying. I'm offended by these emails. And so if somebody sends me something that I'm offended by, I will email them back and say, don't send me this anymore.
But we're not going to ask you to resign if they send it to you.
Did they stop the emails? They did not stop the emails, did they?
I've asked the Attorney General to give us that information.
They stand in a position where they have to make judgments. They make judgments on whether cases are going to trial. They make decisions on people's fates every single day in those previous positions. Now, in the new positions, do they make those same judgments?
So now Frank Fina is in our civil litigation unit. So he helps represent the district attorney's office when people have seen fit to sue the office or to make Freedom of Information Act requests. He had been in charge of the criminal division at the Attorney General's office. So this is a significantly different responsibility. Mr. Costanza had been the chief of our Special Investigations Unit, handling police-involved shootings, long-term investigations. So he's now in our appeals unit. Significant difference, different responsibility, but not handling open criminal cases. I spoke with you. You were concerned about these people listening and having impact over justice for people who have open cases, for their liberty. So I listened to you, and I made changes after having spoken with you and other members of council. And Mr. Blessington is in our Post-Conviction Relief Act unit, which is also in our law division, just reviewing cases in which people have made claims after they've been convicted, and handling those cases in appellate court and post-conviction court. So I think that their responsibilities, I listened to you and other members of council, and I think I acted accordingly. At the same time, I stand by my position that it cannot be the standard, it will not be the standard in my office that I will terminate people for being recipients of emails 5 years prior when their work experience in the district attorney's office has been nothing but exemplary.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I obviously very much disagree. I think that these emails are just, I don't know how many people have seen them, but to see them, to talk about them is one thing, to see them is something completely different. And I have to admit, before when I had heard about the emails, I just thought, oh, it's just probably, it's something that's not so nice to look at, or whatever. But when I actually saw what was circulated by these legal professionals, it was beyond offensive. And I did expect that my district attorney would do something about it, and that it wouldn't require meetings, press conferences, all of these conversations over and over again, press reports in a newspaper. I did not think it will require all that it has required to get any sort of action whatsoever. Because as I mentioned, you said on Friday before Labor Day 2015 at 4:30 p.m., which makes it appear that it's a story that won't get picked up, nobody will be paying attention, nobody's looking right now, everybody's off to the shore doing whatever they're doing for the Labor Day holiday. And so at that point, it says they're going to receive sensitivity training. Over 2 months later, they received that training, and that's only because of a press conference, I believe that's only because of a press conference, that we had the week before, in which we called on their resignation because nothing had been done.
Thank you. Now, we just, again, we can agree to disagree on this matter. I still love you, and will work with you, and I appreciate you allowing members of my staff to work in your office for our Community Action Center in your office.
Absolutely.
I think it's a tremendous work and collaboration between us.
Yes, we
But again, no matter when I have a press conference, that press conference, press release actually, was based upon when the Attorney General had released information. I conducted a very thorough investigation. Oh yeah, she released it in August. We conducted a very thorough review of all the documents. I talked to Fortune 500.
Come on, Seth. This was really, this was released
I'm telling you, I had a press conference on a Monday. People were upset that I had it on that Monday because they thought I only did it that day because Villanova had won the national the Villanova had won the national championship, and I was trying to, dump it. It's just no matter what I do, there will always be second guessing. I understand that, but again, we'll just have to agree to disagree in how we handled this matter. I believe again. Yes, the emails themselves were offensive, but the question for me was what to do with these 3 employees that were part of a culture at the Attorney General's office where they were told to use their government emails for personal email use, where there were no policies against the use of this type of stuff. Unlike in Philadelphia, where we have an email use policy where people aren't allowed to use these emails for personal sharing of information, personal emails. All those things, I think that we had a very thorough process, and I don't think that terminating these career prosecutors for what they did while they were in the Attorney General's office when their behavior was the sharing of these offensive emails was appropriate. Mr. Chairman?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I know I'm way over, so thank you very much,
You bet.
Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Mr. Chairman, District Attorney Williams, I wanted to follow up on some questions regarding the choice is yours. I know there's been some conversation this afternoon regarding that, as well as the MacArthur grant. And I know Councilman Dom talked about some additional funding for that program, but I also understand that through the MacArthur grant, there may be funding for that program as well. So can you maybe provide some more information based on your understanding on what dollars may be coming to DA's office for recidivism, and the choice is yours based on MacArthur grant?
So again, the acknowledgement of the Criminal Justice Advisory Board and all the partners in Philadelphia through the award of the MacArthur Foundation is phenomenal. The $3.4 million, however, as I said earlier, is really a rounding error when you were to look at public safety's funding for the city of Philadelphia. I think public safety is approximately a quarter of the city's budget, of which is probably about $3 billion. But no, none of the money from the MacArthur Foundation is going towards the choice is yours. And I'm very upset about that. But the goal of this grant really is to reduce the county prison population. And the MacArthur people at the last minute believe that these are individuals that should be in state prison. And so as a result of that, additional funds were defunded that we were going to get from MacArthur. I am thankful to say, though, that the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency, which is chaired by Montgomery County Commission Chair Josh Shapiro, has granted us $200,000 for the choice is yours. We're very thankful for that. I'm very thankful again for former Commissioner Girola and the new prison commissioner, she was just sworn in, for the $50,000 that they have given us. But really, this is a drop in the bucket for a program that, if expanded, would take a lot of cases out of the courthouse, would save the taxpayers money, and most importantly, it would promote public safety by reducing recidivism, reducing continued victimization.
Thank you. I also want to thank you for participating in our hearings that we had earlier this month, well, actually last month, in reference to autism and autism awareness, as well as your staff being involved in the social impact bond hearings that we had, trying to identify additional funding for the choice is yours.
Thank you.
There's been some conversation earlier in the year during the budget process regarding truancy, and conversation back and forth during the hearings that Councilman Johnson and Councilman Jones had regarding youth gun violence. And I want to get some perspective from you regarding the truancy issue. I've seen some communications back and forth. I want to get some perspective from you in reference to the initiatives that you want to undertake regarding truancy.
Certainly. And again, I wanted to start off by saying I'm one of the biggest supporters of Dr. Height. Often I put my glasses on, I walk down the street, people confuse me for Dr. Height. And so I wanted to start off by saying I think being the mayor of a big city in the Northeast with infrastructure problems like we have is one of the toughest jobs. One of the second most difficult jobs I would assume and I perceive is being the superintendent of a school district in a large northeastern city like ours, with the failing tax structure that we have and almost a third of our population living at or below the national poverty level. So we were not in any way trying to be combative with Dr. Height and his staff, but the issue is, Councilman, that our statistics and what we were being told by Dr. Nunnery, Dr. Ackerman, was that close to 50% of the public school students in Philadelphia weren't graduating. And we do know from our statistics that if you are a high school dropout, you're about 8 times more likely to go to state prison. And even more tragically, Councilman, 20 times more likely to be a homicide victim. So I believe that we have to do all that we can to reduce truancy. Again, guaranteeing universal pre-K is probably the greatest thing we can do to prevent crime. But doing all that we can after that to reduce truancy will keep our city safe. And so I believe we do all that we can. I do know that the Department of Human Services, Family Court, right, they all provide a lot of tremendous, and the school district provide great services for families to reduce truancy. But Councilman Dom said earlier that not only do I do plagiarism, but it's research. And what I found in San Francisco, where Dr. Ackerman had been the superintendent, so I became the DA, Dr. Ackerman was a superintendent. When she was the superintendent of the unified school system in San Francisco, her partner in reducing truancy was Kamala Harris, author of Smart on Crime. So I traveled to San Francisco prior to becoming the DA to meet with Kamala Harris and her staff to see what could we do to replicate their achievement in reducing truancy in San Francisco. And there are many great things they're doing here, but one thing that they did there, that Dr. Ackerman wanted us to do here, was what they did in San Francisco, which I hope we can do here in Philadelphia as a last step after everything else has failed, after a child has remained chronically truant for 2 years. Have the school give us the name of the child, the address of the guardian, and the name of the guardian, for us to then forward a letter to that guardian. You might not know it, but Derek is chronically truant. Please contact Principal Skinner within 2 weeks. Failure to do so will result in further consequences. And what they found in San Francisco, about 95% of the people that got that letter contacted the principal, so that the school could then provide school-based, community-based, or court-based, or their children and youth services-based services. Because when an elementary school student is chronically truant, it's not that fourth graders decide that I'm just going to stay home, or I'm going to stay home for 10 days at a time. There's some sort of dysfunction in the household that has to be addressed. Often the parent is using that child as a guardian for younger siblings. There could be other issues in the home. There could be abuse. There could be some sort of addiction problem. We have to get to the root cause of that problem. My goal is not to create an entire wing at the prison of guardians of kids that are chronically truant, but to be a partner with the school district, for them to use us as the heavy. Hey, you're going to get, after that first letter, you're going to get another letter. Hey, you did not respond to Principal Skinner. You have 10 days from today's date to respond to Deputy District Attorney Angel Flores of our Juvenile Division. Failure to do so will result in further action. And then ultimately, if those had failed to do that, we would create a problem-solving court in family court, where those that we agreed had the most egregious cases of chronic truancy for elementary-age school students, that we would then charge that parent with endangering the welfare of a child, that would bring them in front of a specific judge designated by family court who would hear those cases, and then provide them with services. And if the child then came off the rolls as having been chronically truant, again, we would expunge their record. So the goal is to be another tool for the school district to use to reduce truancy. So I'm going to be a partner with them in this, and we have created this partnership and collaboration with many charter schools, and it's been very successful.
I know the bell is rung. I just want to do a quick follow-up from the colloquy between your office and the school district. It was, from my understanding, position of the school district that they are not allowed by law to provide information to you, and that they would need, I guess, for lack of a better word, relief from First Judicial District to provide information. From your perspective, is that correct or not?
And so I provided, the very next day, I walked over to Councilman Kenyatta Johnson's office a copy of what they cited, which is FERPA. And I took them, it's the equivalent of an educational HIPAA, right? So your doctor just can't give out information. And I wouldn't want the schools just to randomly give out information about the child's health records, the child's grades, any issues. There's an appropriate reason for the genesis and the origin of FERPA. But FERPA allows for MOUs between the school district and law enforcement. And so we want them to follow FERPA as they do in San Francisco and other municipalities in California and around the country, just to give us the limited information. I don't want to know the kid's grade. We get the grades of the kids that when they're in delinquency court, but we just want to know for these kids that are chronically truant, the name of the individual, the guardian, and the address, so we can send the responsible party a letter. But George Mosey, who's my first assistant, was for years, 12 years, the deputy of our juvenile division. I asked him to give a little more detail to that.
And so, George Mosey, first assistant. So there's a disagreement between us and the school district about the interpretation of FERPA. My reading of FERPA allows them to appoint a law enforcement entity, and that easily could be their school district police. The school district police would then have the ability to share information with another law enforcement entity. And that requires the development of a memorandum of understanding, an MOU. If the school district wanted to share with us what amounts to criminal justice information, which is what truancy is. Truancy is a summary offense. They could easily accomplish that with an MOU.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Councilman Green, I wanted to correct the record for something I said earlier. No money from MacArthur was coming to the DA's office for the choice du jour, but I was corrected that some money is going to JEBS for their support of the choice du jours. But I'll get to you and your staff the exact amount.
I know my time's up. I have some additional questions. I'll come around in the next round.
Thank you, Chairman. And I don't want to state for the record before we proceed with the questioning, it seems like there's a lot more members in the queue, and other departments are here for their budget testimony. We will be taking a short recess immediately following the questioning and testimony here with the District Attorney's Office. So with that being said, Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gimm.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
District Attorney Williams, it's a pleasure, and we're looking forward to working closely with you as you negotiate out some of these areas, especially around truancy. I know that there's lots of issues that need to be worked out, a lot of concerns, and my hope really is, though, that we all want to take truancy seriously, but it is very important that we don't move children into a criminal system too quickly, too fast, without understanding better what's going on. And I'm sure you and I will have lots of discussions about that moving forward. Before I get into some of the questions, I did want to say, I wanted to reiterate what Councilwoman Bass was talking about in terms of concerns about the 3 staff members. And, I understand that your resolution around this issue is what it is, but I really hope that your office does not excuse behaviors that are deemed offensive and shocking and off the charts in terms of what was disseminated and received on official email because there wasn't a policy on it. I don't think that that's an excuse. I think we're all professional individuals. We understand when we're looking and viewing things, they are not personally offensive to Councilwoman Bass. They offend the sensibilities of every individual who, operates in a functional society, frankly, and takes their job very seriously. At the heart of it is the need for a justice system that's rooted in trust, and trust in our prosecutors to exercise strong judgments on issues when many women and people of color have often felt that they cannot be heard or viewed on an equal footing. And whether that is not something that you obviously in your position are going to evaluate your employees in that way, but for many in the public, they will not know that. And it is so important that our public servants be held to the highest standard in that respect. And my hope would be that it's not just a matter of sensitivity training for individuals on an issue that's, those things were just too shocking to even imagine that sensitivity training was the issue that was at play. It's more that we need to know that there are proactive policies in place from the DA's office that proactively reviews issues of sexism, racism, homophobia, and other types of things that ensure that this does not happen, that you are vigilant and proactive about it, and that these are policies that you clearly establish moving forward. So.
Thank you, and I really appreciate the opportunity to clarify that again, Councilwoman, so thank you. And I think it's very important, you're correct, and we are extremely vigilant at the District Attorney's Office to ensure that that type of behavior does not occur in our office workplace or by our employees through their social media when they're off duty. We have very, very strict policies in our office. We have leadership training for all of our supervisors monthly where we talk about these issues every month. We have very, very strict policies. So I think it's appropriate because many readers of the newspapers or blogs or people that might be watching this on television at home today might think that these employees did it while they were working for the district attorney's office and that we did not have policies about these issues. That is not the case. They were employees of the Attorney General's office under Governor Corbett when he was the Attorney General, and they lacked the oversight. They had a poor culture that allowed these types of things to happen. So I think it's very, very important to recognize that this is not something that has happened under my watch at the District Attorney's Office or something that the culture of the District Attorney's Office would allow. We have very, very strict computer use policies, social media policies, anti-discrimination policies, anti-harassment policies, that we work in accord with the law department of the city to ensure both the legality and that justice is being meted out for the victims, witnesses, and our employees on a daily basis. So thank you for giving me that opportunity to clarify that.
Yep, thank you. And just letting you know that Councilwoman Bass is not alone in establishing the fact that whatever the culture of an office may be, the concern remains that individuals can exercise judgment at every given point in time, and the critical need for that judgment to be exercised at all costs is essential. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wanted to get your thoughts on drones.
Okay.
The reason it comes up is because we have been talking about for a while security cameras and more security cameras. And the last time I heard the price was $5,000 per camera. I don't know if that's still the price. I don't know if that's accurate. But the camera is static, and then the problem we have is you need some way of someone watching a bunch of static cameras. It might have some limited mobility. They're easy to avoid. Other jurisdictions now are starting to integrate drones into the use of their policing, their firefighting, their streets department, their L&I, and other types of services when they're integrated in that way. For example, one of the problems that we have with limited availability of personnel is, for example, when 3 fire alarms go off, you have to pick which one you're going to, and drones may be helpful in saying that this is a false alarm, something like that. I have complaints as I go through, various community entities now doing the heroin opioid. I was talking to a neighbor, a very slight gentleman who came in from the suburbs with his wife to Fishtown. He complained that they have drug dealers on his porch, that he talked to them, eventually moved to the front of his house, and he's trying to hope to get them across the corner. This gentleman is nobody that should be confronting drug dealers. Okay, but he has called the police, and he's just frustrated. So one of the things I thought is, I know there's a limited amount of available cars and officers, but drones also could go out there. They're very well marked. They light up. People see them coming. They're good for moving things around. They record. They do all that type of thing. I think one of the problems as we even begin this discussion is stop and frisk. And I bring up stop and frisk because stop and frisk, unfortunately, has taken on this new life in our city. And people ask me, Councilman, do you support stop and frisk as a crime-fighting policy? I tell them, no, I don't. Stop and frisk is not a crime-fighting policy. It's a evidentiary decision that allows officers, when provided reasonable articulable basis, that a suspect should be stopped and investigated, but may be armed and dangerous, to stop them and then frisk them to that limited degree, and whatever they find is admissible in court. That's what I try to explain every community meeting I go and on Word and wherever I go. That, but anytime somebody says stop and frisk is a crime-fighting policy, I said that's going to be an abuse of the Constitution. You cannot proactively go out and create these parameters. However, the concern is that the police will abuse drones, security cameras, or whatever they have, and particular in certain of our communities where they've felt, the brunt of what they perceive and what I agree is unconstitutional actions unknowingly by police officers who may have been encouraged to do so. I don't know to what extent in Philadelphia. I kind of recall that was a policy. I know it was in New York. It may be a possible solution that the DA's office has some role as in the charging unit. And for those who don't know, a police officer cannot simply arrest you and then bring you to court. It has to go through, it's screened through the DA's office with ADAs who will look at it objectively based on the information to approve or disapprove, the furtherance, the charges. And I wonder your thoughts on the use of drones within the crime-fighting area and the possibility that the DA's office provides the supervision, the legal authority that limits civil rights abuses, constitutional abuses.
Certainly. Thank you, Councilman. And you've asked me a several-part law school exam. I'll start with the second part first.
You're up for it. You've been through a boxing match, a marathon.
But, Councilman, I want to first thank you for the hearings that you're conducting across the city about opioid addiction. That we really have to do all that we can as a city to address that scourge on our city. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. You're talking about the use of drones, and I really never considered or thought much about drones until our office began working with others, federal agencies, state agencies, local police, to prepare for the papal visit. We refer to it as Popapalooza. And one of the greatest concerns was the possibility of individuals going on Amazon and buying a $1,000 drone and strapping some explosives to it and just flying it to the art museum steps. And we were very concerned. Some cities like San Francisco and the District of Columbia have very strict unmanned aircraft regulations. In Philadelphia at that point, I don't think we did. So it was the first time I really began thinking about drones as it came to public safety. Your specific question, though, is really more related to just technology in the police department and law enforcement in general. And so every year I come before council and I often say that, God bless you, I often say that we have to have as much technology as the criminals do. Often they have much more technology than we do. And so I know Commissioner Ross, when he came here, he's appointed by the mayor and he had to be very polite maybe with what he said or was limited with what he said, but I have to be a great advocate for the police department and have to say that I believe that they deserve more funding for technology, more funding for the police stations themselves, more funding for just the police vehicles. We really need to invest in public safety, and I look forward to working with the mayor. I know he's inherited a budget in many ways and the parameters from his predecessors, but I have to be an advocate for Commissioner Ross, a fellow Central alum as you are, myself, to do all that, and Mr. Mosey, to do all that is necessary to keep up. What's interesting when we talk about the drones or technology, the University of Pennsylvania, as a result of a tragic homicide in the 90s, began investing a lot of money into public safety in West Philadelphia, and they're part of the 18th District. And that has significantly reduced crime in that part of the 18th District. They have sound spotting cameras. When there's a shot fired, cameras automatically go to where the sound came from. They employ Allied Barton security people on bikes from 8 p.m. until 4 a.m. There's very well lit, as is Temple University's campus now. And so the investment into these technologies has dramatically changed. And it's called the ecology of crime. You can dramatically change crime and crime patterns by investing in the environmental design. And so I think, of course, these investments in technology, everybody watches CSI. They think that every police car in Philadelphia has cameras, and we don't. And so we need to invest in a crime lab and all the different facilities that would allow us to reduce the backlog on ballistics examinations and DNA examination in addition to the drones. Now, the question also goes to the Constitution and the Fourth Amendment. And you spoke also about stop and frisk, which really is just the embodiment of Terry versus Ohio, a case that you studied in law school, and so did Councilman Green when he was working at the DA's office. Really, the police officer has a reasonable articulable suspicion to believe that crime is afoot. He or she has the absolute right to pat down that defendant. And then if they feel something that, as a result of their professional experience, is the form of a weapon, then they have the right, subject without a warrant, to take that item out of their pocket, off their person. So we can do things to ensure that the Constitution is protected, that the individual liberties of the defendant and that citizen is not violated, at the same time ensuring public safety. You do not have a right to privacy as you stand on a street corner with a gun in your hand and drugs that you're sharing, that poison to kill other Philadelphians. But we can't use drones to have the camera, have an infrared go into the home, fly into the person's home. So there's definitely a balance that we can strike. But if I can say anything, doing all that we can do to improve and invest in technology for law enforcement in Philadelphia, again, will help the taxpayers save money, and in the long run will also increase public safety.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Taubenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forfeiture revenues in 2014, 2015. How many, really, what was the amount that was taken in under forfeiture revenues?
Certainly, and Councilman, not to shirk my responsibility of trying to cooperate and answer questions with council, but the Asset Forfeiture Act of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania really prohibits the district attorney from sharing with municipal funders what those totals are, out of a fear that municipal governments will defund prosecutors and law enforcement across the state for that. I can say, I believe that we have brought in about 50% less in the last 2 years than previously, as a result of a lot of different factors, from us not being able to sell at auction some of these items like the cars or gold teeth of people at the amount that we used to get. I know it seems silly, but that's the truth. And also us employing and putting into place protocols in our office to take into consideration the public's concern of us, God bless you again, the public's concern of us taking homes of innocent third parties. And so we have instituted policies in our office that have reduced the number of those types of cases. But at the same time, Councilman, recognizing that almost daily we get calls from citizens, from taxpayers, from council members and your constituent services reps, that Philadelphians are afraid of drug dealers and people selling drugs out of homes, that they want us to shut down a crack house or a house of ill repute, that they want something done. Right. And so we are caught in that place of trying to work with the Department of License and Inspections, the police, to ensure that those crack houses are shut down. But I would like to give a better answer to you and a more full answer. I want George Mosey, the first assistant, to answer. He, for many years, was the deputy of our narcotics division and handled all of our asset forfeiture issues. So I'm going to ask him to give a more defined answer to you.
Yeah, there's certainly been a drastic decrease in the amount of money that's been recovered by virtue of seizing and then liquidating assets that were taken from drug dealers. I think we all need to remember that the district attorney's office is not the sole recipient of such money, that we share that with the seizing entity, whether it's the police department or other law enforcement
And what is
agencies.
that split, approximately?
Well, with the Philadelphia Police Department, it's 60-40.
60 going where?
60 going to the police department.
Okay.
And 40 going to the DA's office. And with other entities, it's commensurate with the involvement of the entity and the investigation or actions that resulted in the seizure.
Well, I would then assume that you would project lower forfeiture revenues going forward. Yes. Small amounts of cash, and I might use a threshold of about $50. Is that continuing, or not $50, $500? Is that continuing, or?
It depends on the case.
Okay.
The filing of a petition isn't an expensive proposition, but sometimes litigating those matters is an expensive proposition, so a determination is made based on those factors.
And you touched on it, but I just want to get a more definitive answer. Do you plan to continue forfeiture property from people who have not been convicted of crime, the third-party entities, the parents, grandparents of brother and sister of someone who has been?
It always hurts when you say grandparents.
Well, it does. Yeah.
But the fact is that if those people are complicit or they allow their property to be used to facilitate a drug crime, then that property is subject to being forfeited.
And what's your definition of allowed? I mean,
well, I think that's where there's an opportunity for movement in terms of reforming forfeiture.
okay.
We've even talked about a standard that would cause us to have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that someone was not an innocent owner. At this point, it's by preponderance.
And ACLU has a report that shows 71% of the innocent or third-party victims who lose cash through forfeiture are African Americans.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would think that the numbers are probably consistent with the number of people who are arrested for drug offenses, and also, unfortunately, those numbers are consistent with the number of people who are the victims of violent crime.
And I have one additional question. The state legislature, and I think you alluded to that, is considering dramatically curbing the authority to conduct civil asset forfeiture. Do you have a stance on that, and why?
I think it would be the biggest mistake we could make. If you think about a crack house and what happens to a community where a crack house exists, and if you think about just arresting people and never doing anything about the situs of the operation, then what you're talking about is perpetuating that activity without making a dent in the crime that's the source of all the violence, that makes property values go down. I believe that if you look at the history of asset forfeiture and consider where we would be if we hadn't taken properties, this city would have gone to hell in a handbasket.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Just fine. Good to see you, and thank you for all that both of you do, all three of you do. We're very, very grateful. I never miss Spice, but I missed this one, so I'm glad I did.
Well, your husband was a great boxer.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been asked about victim witness services. Are they all judged by the same standards, and do they all get the same funding? Because some areas they seem to work hard, and some people don't hear from them.
Well, so our office is the primary funder for geographic-based victim service organizations throughout the city. And so, they do a tremendous job, I think, serving the victims when they come to court. It's a very difficult job. They provide a lot of...
We need them.
We need them.
Desperately.
And so if your question is there a varying range? Does one provide better services than the other? That's quite possible. We have a very rigorous review every year. John Delaney, who is the deputy of my trial division, is here. He and Tammy Levin, who is in charge of victim services in our office, lead a committee that reviews all the applications. And I'm very confident in the review that we give. There are a lot of organizations that I wish we could fund. I wish we could give money to the mothers, who have lost children, right? Mothers in Charge and Dorothy Johnson Spate, right? I wish we could give money to a lot of great organizations, but we have a limited budget. But the majority of our budget that goes towards something other than salaries of our office goes towards funding those organizations. And those organizations do a Herculean job with the tasks that they have.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up if I get any other questions. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on some other quick questions. Earlier, we were talking with the First Judicial District, and they're talking about creating a First Judicial District kind of elder center, and they anticipate a soft rollout sometime in the early to midsummer, and hopefully have it fully up and running by the fall. I know, and from my understanding, in your office, you also have an elder district attorney, an ADA that's specifically designated to work on elder issues. I think that was Ms. Nixon.
Yes, so our Family Violence and Sexual Assault Unit handles the majority of cases in which family members, and unfortunately in Philadelphia, the majority of people that commit crimes against the elderly are family members. Just like 90% of the people that commit sexual offenses against children are known to the family members. Yes, but Ms. Nixon handles the majority of the economic cases that are the result of elder abuse. And we go out and provide a lot of support to community groups that wants to come out and talk to them as well. And we look forward to working with the First Judicial District in the rollout of this facility.
Well, one of the reasons I wanted to bring that up during this budget hearing, I know Councilman Tonberg and I, he is the chair of the Council Committee on Aging, I'm the vice chair, and we've been discussing having conversations and having hearings in the fall regarding financial fraud issues, especially in reference to seniors, or as my dad would say, seasoned citizens. We've had conversations with AARP. I just learned about First Judicial District and their elder unit, as well as hopefully we can work with the District Attorney's Office in that regard when we have these hearings and really get the word out. Because one of the things that AARP does is have telephone town hall meetings for those who are seniors that have mobility issues, and we hope to use that technology in our hearings, possibly in the fall.
Right, and the majority of those crimes, Councilman, are various forms of identity theft, where people prey on seniors' honesty, and like my mother, you know, people call my mother soliciting her, and she's so wanting to talk, they end up hanging up on her. Right, but people will call and get information from seniors, and we tell them not to give anyone your age, your date of birth, your social security number, your driver's license over the telephone. But majority of those people are victims of identity theft, where people then get that information and then use it, or people will send someone a credit card, a pre-approved credit card, and the senior citizen or the seasoned citizen doesn't want it. But doesn't know that they should shred it before they put it into the trash. And often dumpster divers get those, call in the 1-800 number, and then go on a shopping spree at the King of Prussia Mall, and that person is left with the deleterious bank account, credit card, and credit score.
Also, in one of my previous capacities, I was a board chair for the Center in the Park, and recently the Center in the Park received a contract from Philadelphia Corporation of Aging to serve as an ombudsman for various senior centers in both Northwest and Northeast Philadelphia, to let the members of those senior centers know that you have a third-party entity you can reach out to in reference to any type of abuse that you may be having both at home or at that senior center. Has your office in that unit worked with any of the ombudsmen that represent the city of Philadelphia where they get information in reference to abuse, and some of the abuse may rise to the level of criminal? Have you had any contact with them at all?
Well, I believe that, again, Ms. Nixon, that Vernon Price, who does government and community relations for our office, Ms. Monique Evans-Westcott, and representatives of our various community action centers, our community outreach team, which is led by Deputy District Attorney Ann Ponterio, do reach out to all those various entities for educational purposes and to gather information if necessary for us to prosecute.
And my last question, it kind of reflects on a follow-up to the hearings that Councilman Johnson Jones had regarding youth violence, especially gun violence. And I know there's been a lot of litigation over the years. Both former Councilman Donna Miller, Council President Clark has also been involved in litigation in reference to trying to address through legal means the issues of guns in the city of Philadelphia and also the Commonwealth to some degree. Considering the newer makeup of the court, I'm talking to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, Is there any avenues that could possibly take in that regard that you can think of?
Well, one, I want to thank Councilman Clark for the introduction of legislation that would talk about, of course, and locking guns and keeping the ammunition safe. But again, state law pursuant to the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania preempts municipalities' legal, ordinances. And so I think that, and I would support, I know you'll be hearing from the city solicitor, Sozi Talante, soon. I support the law department's efforts to, track that legislation and to enforce it as a code violation, but we could not include it with a criminal charge for purposes of, charging someone with felonies and misdemeanors. But I clearly support the effort and look forward to working with the council president, and I'm going to try to find a way to buy as many gun locks as possible so that maybe we can give them away to as many citizens as possible so we don't have the horrific tragedy that we do of young folks finding mom or mom's boyfriend's gun and shooting a sibling.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gimm.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to follow up on Councilman Jones's concern about victims and witnesses. Could you clarify, this is just a very quick question, but could you clarify that the funding for the victim witness agencies will stay the same, stable for the coming year?
Yes, so our funding for the community-based victim service organizations will remain the same.
Okay, great. Thank you for confirming that. We've also been really focused on looking at outcomes for some of the system-involved youth, as well as a number of youth homeless issues, and particularly interested also in evaluating outcomes by contract and by provider. And would love to be able to partner with you on some of these relevant initiatives and with your office. But I was curious about whether in your work with placement and youth delinquency, whether any folks in your office have talked about how to ensure that the programs that we use are effective in achieving our goals, and in particular, reviewing some of these providers based on some of the outcomes that they get, and whether DAs know, for example, which youth might, are repeat offenders, for example, or come out and continue to have issues after being in the care of some of these placement providers.
Thank you. And I think it's important to recognize that, again, we're very thankful to have a great partnership with Dr. Height. I go to approximately 1 or 2 schools a week to talk to middle school students and elementary school students about staying in school and about bullying. I think bullying is a great way to begin a conversation with kids about crime prevention, about conflict resolution, and about keeping them out of the criminal justice system. I'm very thankful as a result of the leadership of George Mosey that our office now files juvenile petitions less than 2/3 of the numbers that we did in the past. But I'm going to ask George to follow up and give you a little more detail, but we're trying to do as much as we can. We try to get federal grants so that we can use empirical data and analyze what we do at the district attorney's office in conjunction with analyzing what other providers do. And so we're constantly trying to do that. But I would like George to answer. As I said, he was a deputy of our juvenile division. He can talk to you about those providers and what we're doing. George?
So prosecutors in our office are required to stay with the case from its inception to the end. That means that anytime a young person is placed, there will be review hearings. And we have a prosecutor present for each and every one of those review hearings. What's important is that we have continuity so that every prosecutor who's handling a review hearing knows what happened before that. So we require that these agencies provide reports. Now, in conjunction with the Department of Human Services, we make sure that the reports indicate that the youth has been receiving the services that the agency promised it would give. What we do with the Department of Human Services and other stakeholders in juvenile justice is convene meetings, and those meetings are appropriately called the Court and Community Services Providers Meetings, to review these providers, to make sure that they're holding up their end of the bargain. If they're not, then we'll cut off referrals.
Yes. So for clarity, one of the issues that we're trying to understand a little bit better is not just that the providers actually fulfill the contracted services, because otherwise that would clearly make them ineligible, but to try and assess in some way the quality of some of these providers, and that there's been a little bit of concern on my part in particular about one provider, specifically Mid-Atlantic, and what its outcomes have been for young people and its treatment of young people in their care. And DHS has made some indication that they have some level of understanding about what outcomes might look like, but it's not clear whether they share it with the different areas. And your department in particular would be able to track some of these youth, particularly if they do repeat offenses or have other kinds of issues. They'll come under you. And I guess part of it is being able to work with different agencies to be able to retrack and be able to do a good assessment of the types of providers that we're doing. These are expensive, out-of-state placements where young people go away from their families. And we want to make sure and ensure that the outcomes that these providers have are the kinds of quality outcomes that we want to see. So would just like to be able to continue this conversation with your office on that level.
But I have to say that whenever you're talking about outcomes in juvenile justice that relate to what happens after somebody goes into placement, remember that aftercare and reentry is critical. And so before you put all the blame on the placement facility, make sure that we had adequate reentry programming, because that's where we sometimes go wrong, and it would be unfair to blame the negative outcome on the placement facility.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are things that we need to review and take a look at in terms of assessing whether those contracts fulfill all the mission that they need to be doing as well. And I think that that's a big gray area, but would love to be able to work with your office on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any other questions for the district attorney before we take our break? I just want to say a couple things quick before we end this hearing here. You know, in regards to the conversation and your attention to the seniors and being victimized in many, many different ways, intimidation, being, impersonations, bank fraud. I mean, it's horrendous, and I think it's a disgrace, all right, that seniors have to be fearful, and that we have to continue to sharpen our tools as, the criminals use their technology to further victimize, the general public and the most vulnerable, which are seniors. So, I would love to work with your office and figure out ways how to elevate a certain threshold, a senior victim of crime, be elevated to a hate crime here in the city of Philadelphia. So I look forward to having those conversations in the future. I want to thank you and your team for being here and answering, some uncomfortable and tough questions, but I thought it was very thorough, and, appreciate your several hours here in our chambers.
Thank you. Council, I would like to thank you and all the members of council. I want to thank Council President Clark for his ongoing partnership with us to keep the city safe. And again, while my name is on the letterhead on the windows at our office, I have a small role to play at our office. I really want to thank, again, the 600 men and women that work in our office, that do the hard work every day. And for my preparation for today's testimony, I want to specifically thank Doreen Rooney, who is our Chief Financial Officer, and Greg Rowe. But thank you very much for this opportunity.
Great, thank you, and thank you all. I want to thank the court reporter for her extended time here without a break. With that, the Committee of the Whole will go on recess until 2:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
very important to each one of you on council. As I explained during my confirmation hearing, my goal is to have the law department staff look like the city that we serve. And one of our challenges is making sure that diverse attorneys are aware of the interesting work that we do here in the department and the opportunities that we offer. So we've continued to reach out to the law schools and the affinity bar associations in an effort to increase the pipeline of potential applicants. And some of our efforts, I'm happy to report, are bearing fruit. We've seen renewed interest from diverse candidates for our openings, and most notably, 7 of the 11 attorneys who've started with the office since I've been solicitor are African American, and 6 of the 11 are women. We are excited at the quality of the new hires. For instance, our last hire is Damaris Walker. He's an assistant city solicitor in a housing unit. He's a Philadelphia native, a public school graduate, and is an honors graduate of Dartmouth College and Yale Law School. Within the department, we're creating a diversity committee to address diversity issues, and I meet monthly with Nolan Atkinson, who's our Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, to address diversity and inclusion issues within the department. In addition, we provide Mr. Atkinson with a monthly list of our diversity numbers so that he can keep track of how we're doing. We've also partnered with the Philadelphia Diversity Law Group to have a diverse attorney of color as part of our summer program. The PDLG program is a leading program for diverse summer lawyers. PDLG selects academically talented students who are then interviewed by many of the big law firms and ultimately hired. This is the first time that we've participated in this program, and we have a wonderful academically talented Hispanic student from Rutgers Law who will be joining us this summer. And finally, we've encouraged many of our diverse attorneys to be involved in the affinity bar associations, such as the barristers, which enables us to increase the profile of our department. Of course, as I said before, getting diverse attorneys in the door is just the first step. The challenge is to keep them, and that's an effort we're also pursuing. The next issue I want to discuss is our efforts to expand the code enforcement unit. The December 2015 Building Safety and Oversight Report recommended that the city expand the law department's capacity to enforce code violations in court by adding additional staff. In our budget, we seek to add 6 additional staff to the unit with the funding of $475,000, which is partly responsible for the net increase of $439,000 in Class 100 funding for fiscal year 2017. These additional employees will allow the department to address a greater number of dangerous code violations in court in an expedited manner and benefit the overall safety of the city residents and its neighborhoods. In an effort to work with the increase in staff, the Court of Common Pleas has recently allotted additional time for cases involving unsafe and dangerous buildings. And we have a very good working relationship with the courts, and I'm happy to comment. This additional time will also allow code enforcement attorneys to prepare additional cases for court enforcement. Also, a newly created administrative search warrant procedure was approved by the Court of Common Pleas, streamlining the process for gaining entry into properties where there are suspected code violations. That was one of the recommendations in the oversight report, and that has already begun. As a result of this new procedure, investigation of code violations will be expedited for possible enforcement action. Lastly, the additional staff will allow the law department to take a more proactive approach with L&I in identifying viable cases and prepare for the transition of filing the cases in both municipal court and the Court of Common Pleas. While these efforts are directly tied to improve public safety, the law department expects to see a proportional increase in fines and judgments collected as a result of the increased court action. Lastly, I want to speak briefly about affirmative litigation. One of the goals I had coming into the department in January was to actively and affirmatively pursue cases that would directly benefit the city and our taxpayers. Some of this work has already begun and will continue. For instance, to date in fiscal year 2016, we've collected approximately $918,000 from judgments that we obtained in tort cases and are continuing to explore ways that we can continue to be proactive to collect judgments and liens from the tax unit and our code enforcement unit. For many years, we obtained these judgments and liens but made no effort to actually collect the money that is duly owed to the city. In addition, as part of our affirmative litigation effort, we're also looking for opportunities to involve the city through filing amicus briefs in litigation in cases where the city has a strong public policy interest. One example recently was our amicus brief in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court supporting the plaintiffs in the ongoing school funding litigation. In that brief, we explained to the court that the city of Philadelphia has a strong interest in fair funding for our schools because we believe the current funding formula is unfair to the city. That formula does not account for the fact that many of our students are poor and many of them are non-English speakers. In addition, council has stretched to find local funding for the schools to make up for the lack of state aid. We will continue to explore such efforts with some of our public interest partners, and we invite you as members of City Council to work with us if there are similar opportunities that you identify for us to pursue. Lastly, as I stated in my testimony in February, we continue to be in conversation with outside attorneys and other partners to look for ways to bring public interest litigation on behalf of the city. I want to conclude by reiterating what I'd said in February, that there's no greater honor for me than serving as a city solicitor. And at this point, I want to let council know that members of my staff and I are happy to answer any questions you may have regarding our budget.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zalante. Appreciate it. Let's start with Councilman Jones.
Good afternoon, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chair. First of all, welcome to back to City Council, this time in the capacity for your budget presentation, and we appreciate your service to the City of Philadelphia. Couple of questions. Have you had an opportunity to look at some of our liability areas, particularly in the area of police accusations of wrongful treatment, both in shootings and in abuse claims?
Yeah, and one of the things we do in the aftermath of if we have a settlement or a verdict involving a police case, we go back and talk to the police department. We have an individual there, Captain Fran Healy, who works with us. In addition to that, we found what actually has been helpful is the DOJ report, which was involving use of force. Some of the programs that the DOJ recommended are actually useful in seeing a decrease in potential liability. And I would say, I have with me Craig Straw. Craig was the head of our civil rights unit for close to a decade before he became first deputy earlier this year, and he can address some of the proactive efforts that we've made.
So I would really specifically like to know pre-SOCI and post-SOCI claims, if you could. So, I mean, if you have the data, if you can tell me, you mentioned that they're going down by how much and what was it before?
Well, Councilman, I can
pull a mic to you and say your name.
Councilman Craig Straw. I can tell you from looking at the numbers and having lived with those numbers for the past 10 years, in the last 2 years alone, we've seen a decrease in the number of lawsuits brought against the police department for claims of excessive force.
How much?
What money-wise is sort of a hard thing to quantify. When you look at what the law department pays out in civil rights claims each year, there is an average of somewhere between $8 to $10 million. I can tell you with this last fiscal year, our numbers are lower than they were the year before. Although the fiscal year hasn't ended yet, we predict that we'll probably end a million or so less than where we were at last fiscal year.
What percentage of those settlements are through awards by juries versus settlements?
I can tell you awards for juries are very small. Last year, the Civil Rights Unit tried 25 cases. They received 22 defense verdicts. The 3 plaintiffs' verdicts, I think, totaled less than $150,000. In the year before that, the Civil Rights Unit tried 40 trials and won 33. They got 7 plaintiffs' verdicts, and I know the verdicts did not total $1 million.
Well, we're moving the needle in the right direction. Thank you for that. I guess one of the other things that came up before you, so I'm making the demarcation before you. One of the issues was conflict case contract, I believe it was. How did we wind up with that on awarding a firm or a rotation of lawyers to take over those cases?
Well, I can speak specifically about the police cases because that's often sometimes when it occurs. So if the city sued and there is some individual liability for the officers, there may be a conflict between the officers and the city. And we typically issue RFPs with respect to that. None has come since I've inherited a lot of those. So we haven't had any new RFPs dealing with that. But it's something, as you know, it costs the city 4 times more to send cases out than to do it ourselves. So we want to do as many cases as possible within the law department. But the reality is that we have an ethical obligation if there's a direct conflict that we can't represent to clients who have a conflict. And so I don't know if Craig is aware of any particular RFPs we've issued since I've been in there, but we've inherited Marshall Dennehy's, the NFU cases, as you know, Officer Lichardello and the Narcotics View Unit, after they're acquitted, we have close to 200 lawsuits that have been brought as a result of that. We've had to get outside counsel for them because of the potential liability.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Dom?
Thank you, Chairman Greenlee, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilman.
I have a few questions. And I didn't realize that, this is really a positive thing, by the way. I didn't realize that you have to maximize the city's ability to collect delinquent taxes. I love that. It's great.
Well, we know we've had conversations about this. That's something that we are working with the Revenue Department so that we can do it in a sort of very holistic fashion.
So I have the February, I don't have March, but I have February's list from the Revenue Department of the different delinquent taxes. And so my questions are related around a lot of the delinquencies and what can we do to collect or write off or clean up our books. So I'll give you some examples. Wage taxes that are delinquent, it's about $44 million. 24 of it's principal, the rest is interest and penalties. But can we get a plan in place to go after that, collect it, or clean it up? I'll give you the rest, you can give me the overview.
Okay, and what I'll take the opportunity to do, Councilman Dom, because there are people here who are much more expert in this, if I could invite Frank Paiva, who's our
Sure.
Chief Revenue Counsel.
Sure.
I'll pretend like I know what I'm talking about,
That's
but he
okay.
actually will know. So if I can get Frank.
So just identify yourself and proceed.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Frank Paiva. I'm the Chief Revenue Counsel for the City of Philadelphia.
So we have 44 million of wage taxes. We have 130 million of business income and receipt BERT taxes. We have 331 million of real estate taxes, 125 to 150 million of water and sewer. We have use and occupancy landlord tax of 16 million and use and occupancy tenant tax of 3 million. We have, I don't understand how realty transfer taxes are delinquent 3.4 million because they're paid at the closing by the title company.
Yes, but sometimes there are assessments made by the Revenue Department where someone claimed an exemption, but they were not eligible
Special
for it.
cases, I got it. So, and then there's something called commercial trash fee that's $32 million delinquent. So my overview is there's about 750 to 775 million, give or take a few dollars. And, you know, one of my goals is to collect the money or clean it up.
Yes.
And so my question to you is how can you help accomplish that goal?
Well, I mean, that is our goal as well. I mean, what we have is a very large portfolio of receivables. Some of those receivables are uncollectible, and we have, for the past 2 years, had a program in place to do the proper due diligence to actually write off receivables that are uncollectible. We have written off close to $365 million in receivables in the past 2 years.
Okay, well, so wait a second though. I had received, when I was running for office, I saw a piece of paper from somewhere, maybe the controller's office, that said we had delinquents of $1.8 billion. And then when I was elected, I found out you have a process of writing off bad debts. So the form that I have is after that process is done, we're still at $750 million.
Correct. And the process is ongoing with respect to the write-offs. With respect to the collection of the receivables, there's multiple tools that are being used. There are some receivables, like say wage tax, where we do pursue and obtain judgments for it. Some of those judgments are not paid, yet the person is still alive, and there's always still the possibility that someday they'll hit the lottery or whatever. So those receivables, unfortunately, do not get written off, yet we do have a judgment against them, so they're taken care of. There's also receivables that are under agreement. So it still shows as being a delinquency, yet the individual is making payments against that amount.
How about the BERT? The BERT's $130 million. What's the process to collect?
The majority of the BERT is out with collection agencies, and the larger BERT we're handling in-house to obtain judgments and hopefully obtain the payment. I mean, that's the goal is not really obtaining judgments. The goal is to collect.
So from our perspective, I think it's to collect or write off, so that when Moody's gives us a rating, we don't have this large delinquency. If it's not collectible, let's call it a day and get rid of it if we can't collect it.
No, we're on the same page on that. It's just, it can't not be done arbitrarily. We need to do due diligence to make sure that anything we write off, we're writing off with valid reasons, and not just because we want to make the books look less.
So what is the commercial trash fee of $32 million that's outstanding?
Okay, that is a fee that's for, I think it's $300 a year, that's imposed on landlords for trash pickup. And that is a tax that, not a tax, excuse me, that is a fee that for a number of years was handled by the streets department. And in the last 18 months, it moved over to revenue, and now the law department is actively involved in getting collections. The tool that's primarily used for those collections is collection agencies. There are some cases that amount to as much as $2,000 or $3,000, but for the most part, they're very small dollar cases. We do collect a lot of that when folks try to sell their property as it's liened, and we do receive payment for those SCE fees during that.
Let me make one other comment about the real estate taxes and water and sewer. I don't know, there's a website called Philly Delinquency. You've probably seen the website. And there's a guy who's pretty smart, Chris Sawyer, who runs that website. And I met with him recently, and he said to me that 40% of the people who don't pay their taxes, delinquents, don't live in Philadelphia. But here's the interesting statistic that he told me. 70% of the money doesn't live in Philadelphia, which was staggering to me. That's on the real estate tax delinquencies.
Yeah, I'm
Do
not.
you have any information to back that up? Or to check it?
I'm not certain. That sounds high to me, in all honesty.
It sounded high to me also, but that's he's a pretty accurate person.
Real estate delinquencies are somewhat challenging. We have different tools. For example, we obtained this recent tool, Act 93, which allows the city to take our real estate lien and transfer it to another Pennsylvania jurisdiction, and that lien would act as a personal judgment on that property that the person owns outside of the city. The trick, of course, to being able to transfer those things is, one, you have to identify other property owned by the delinquent outside the city. And that becomes somewhat challenging in that the vast majority of our real estate accounts, we do not have Social Security numbers for. So they're, if it's John Smith, it's really hard to figure out which John Smith it is to attach their property outside the jurisdiction. Our sheriff sales have increased as a tool, and the other tool that's been really extremely effective is sequestration, which is where we go after landlords who have not paid their real estate taxes, and we basically go to court to have a receiver appointed to take control of the property. You'd be surprised how quickly landlords will come forward and enter into an agreement or pay the full amount in order to avoid the loss of control of their properties. And we're basically getting around $18 to $20 million a year, and it seems to be growing every year. So it's a very efficient tool, much more efficient than a sheriff's sale, although a sheriff's sale has the benefit of actually cleansing the property, because we have a lot of properties in this jurisdiction where the people who originally owned them have been dead for, decades. And trying to find out who has the actual ownership interest is a challenge, and there's a lot of tangle title. And the sheriff's sale process, as a result of all the notice requirements, has made an effort to find the right people, bring them to the table. Sometimes they're surprised they even still have an interest in the property. And if the property's valuable, they're happy. But we've been collecting a lot of money through that, and it cleanses the property so that if we do sell it at the sale, there's now a new person who we can hopefully identify and make sure they pay going forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Sanchez.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to thank you and appreciate your acknowledgement of the importance of diversity Councilwoman Blondell Reynolds say, we sound like a broken record, but we'll keep playing it. So it's nice not to have to play it this afternoon. I want to talk about collections since you were just finishing up, so I don't know if Mr. Paiva wants to come back. Is there any restrictions with us asking for Social Security numbers when we file deeds? If that is one of the impediments to collections?
Well, one of the impediments to collection is when a person acquires a property, they can record the interest in the property under the law without providing a Social Security number.
I know, but is there any legal obstacle to us requesting it as part of the real estate transfer as we ask for EIN numbers?
Yes, there are limitations on our ability to do that. It's optional.
Okay, is there any reason why we can't make it a legal requirement? That is a collection obstacle?
There are some difficulties with that. We have actually, that's what we want. And so we've looked into doing that various ways, and it always comes back down to we don't have the authority to, as a legal matter, to require it.
In our real estate transfer, even though when someone acquires a property, essentially they become a vendor or customer of the city, even though that is the case? You know you're an expert at this.
Yeah, it's...
Give me the how. Give me the how.
It's just...
We could have a... Okay,
well,
I just found that interesting. I think we need to continue to have a conversation because that seems like something that we should be able to overcome.
It would make life so much easier for us if we could know exactly who the owners are, and it's just, it's been a challenge.
Okay, well, we can have a conversation. Just want to talk, since you were talking about this, and I know we're working on the water affordability. You've publicly stated that over the last few years, $365 million in receivables have been written off. So why is it that in our water affordability, there is a reluctance by the water revenue and law to provide for a certain percentage of forgiveness if people come compliant? If PICO and PGW do it, and you're acknowledging 365 let me finish, for poor folks who, had they been in our RAP programs, debt might have been less anyway, and our unwillingness, once people meet the compliance requirements, to forgive debt.
Well, we actually do have a forgiveness program in place today, and that is that if the receivable is more than 15 years old,
I know, we worked on that when I was part of the freshman 15. I got that. I'm now dealing with what I hope to be national best practice standards on a water affordability plan, and one of the points of contention has been our willingness to forgive after owner-occupied, low-income residents have become compliant, to allow for a certain level of forgiveness if what you're saying to me, it is a practice of the office, and there's an acknowledgement that the consultants and other PGW and PICO do it.
Well, the City of Philadelphia has a unique position when it comes to water.
I get it.
Sir, speak a little bit more into the mic. It's not always easy.
My apologies. The City of Philadelphia has a very unique position as a utility. As a city-owned utility, the debt for the water is a municipal claim, and that is a lien on the property. So it's not like just a judgment, it's a lien. So if that property ever is sold, the city will get paid whatever real estate taxes are due and whatever water is due. So it's like one of these things where at some point in time, the city will get paid. Now, there may be situations that may warrant a write-off where the property is extremely underwater. Where, let's say, the value of the property is $20,000 and it owes like $50,000 in water. A very unusual situation. Those are opportunities for writing off, adjusting it.
I just want to put on the record, because that's been our bone of contention. I'm completely optimistic that we will come to some terms of agreement, but it's difficult to hear you say that we're writing off millions and millions of dollars, and that when we're looking at low-income, owner-occupied folks, there's a reluctance
When we make a decision to write things off, it is a decision based on our inability to collect. That it's just something that we cannot collect on. In situations where a property may be owned by of someone who is under the medium income levels, but yet has an asset that has value, and we can tell that we're going to get eventually paid from that asset, writing it off, even though they may be somewhat disadvantaged, they do have an asset that's valuable, and there are other people that are currently paying their water bills or someone situated.
So you're looking at it, I get it from a utility perspective. I'm looking at it from someone who would have qualified for our programs had we had an efficient program, that if you take it in a package of, had this person been in the low-income program that they're eligible for, and we recalculated their debt, you're almost looking at the same numbers.
I understand what you're saying.
It's how you look at the package. I just wanted to put that on the record, because
All right, very
that's
good.
still our only bone of contention, but I'm optimistic that we're going to cross that hurdle. when
So
we
am
get
I.
there. Okay.
You got an and I guess you started your question.
Thank you
Is it going to
very
be,
much, Mr. Chair.
obviously, if you could be brief, so
I wanted
before
to-
other people start giving me dirty looks.
Yeah, no, because it's gonna, I have a whole series on the write-offs and the acquisitions on the land bank. And
You want to come back? Is that?
Yeah,
okay,
I'll come back.
good.
Thank you,
you,
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman. Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Solicitor Talante, I just had some questions, and I think I heard a little bit in your colloquy with Councilman Jones in reference to professional services, and I noticed on page 16 and 17 of your budget detail in the Class 250, you have two items, one for vendors to be determined in reference to legal services, and also vendors to be determined for various experts. For expert witnesses and medical records, what's been your process, your thinking, your process in reference to selection, especially local businesses and businesses of color?
Good afternoon, Councilman Green. I'm just going to get to that page. But I can speak generally what we do when we prepare our budget. We look historically at categories of costs that we know is going to come up, but we don't know how or the amount. So we don't have a particular vendor, but we know we may need expert witnesses and so forth. So we put a category aside. And typically the way we obtain vendors is through RFP. So we prepare the materials. OEO talks to us and sets a range, and we post it. And one of the things that we're doing right now, sort of being proactive in terms of trying to increase participation, is to try to get demographic information and diversity information on the front end. So we've actually just did our first RFP, this is from the airport, where we have a new attachment. That attachment asked about prospective vendors' diversity practices. Amongst the things they asked for whether the firm's diversity plan or statement of diversity practices, demographic data for the firm in terms of how many partners of color do they have, how many women partners, a percentage of the firm's gross revenue that involve partnerships, joint ventures, and subcontracting opportunities with minority, women, or disability-owned firms, and any information demonstrating the firm's commitment to diversity. Our hope is that we can know on the front end in terms of what potential bidders' commitment to diversity is, so that way when we're selecting, we know that we're selecting a firm that's committed to it. So that's sort of in a general way how. But in terms of those vendors, we don't know in the front end when we begin the fiscal year what they're going to be, but we know we're going to need expert witnesses for our claims cases. So we put that amount, and then when we need them, we bid out.
I wanted to follow up on the questions that Councilman Dom had on a collection perspective, and in looking at your testimony, I think on page 1 or page 2 of your testimony, talked about the collection efforts and working with the school district. Can you, I think I'm understanding what taxes you're collecting along with the school district. So one, I want you to, in addition to, I think liquor by the drink tax and other taxes, can you kind of break down what those taxes are and what's been the cooperation you've had with the school district?
All right, well, the number one tax that we collect for the school district is the real estate tax. It's a substantial amount that goes to the school district every year. In addition to that, we have the liquor by the drink tax, we have the school income tax, and we have the use and occupancy tax, all go to the school district.
Yeah, I thought about the school income tax with other tax, but I guess my question is, especially for liquor by the drink, UNO, real estate, and the school income tax, have you found a real partnership with the school district in trying to collect those taxes? What's been their working relationship with you?
I mean, they're our partner in that, and they clearly are interested in the results that we obtain. We meet with them on a monthly basis. It's usually a conference call. Once in a while, it's in person, to let them know what the progress is and the different special projects either that law is taking or that the revenue department is taking to enhance enforcement of these school district taxes.
Okay. Also, Solicitor Talante, you talked about affirmative litigation program, and I know previous solicitors have also engaged in an affirmative litigation program. In addition to some of the things you talked about in your testimony, are there other ideas you have in reference to using this initiative to bring in additional revenue into the city?
Yeah, the way I talk about affirmative litigation, and you apologize to me, I'm a little distracted. There's some horns in the background. I look at it in different ways. One sort of tranche of potential affirmative litigation is simply trying to collect on judgments and liens. I call that low-hanging fruit. In other words, over the years in code enforcement, revenue, and in our claims units, we've accrued a lot of judgments and liens on behalf of the city. And we, typically have not pursued that with any zealousness. We started doing that with respect to claims. And now we're in the process of actually expanding that so that we can try to collect liens and judgments obtained by our code enforcement unit through L&I and so forth, as well as through our tax unit, our tax revenue. And so that's one tranche of potential affirmative litigation. And the other tranche is sort of more aggressive, sort of predatory lending, consumer actions and so forth. For those ones, we're working with, it's probably going to be through outside counsel, typically plaintiffs' attorneys. We're meeting with them, we're getting ideas from them. Through the course of testifying and also talking to other attorneys, other municipal attorneys, so the city attorney of Baltimore and other big cities, they've given us some ideas and contacts. We think it's promising, and what I want to tell council is that when we're at a point where we think we're going to move, I want to be able to give the opportunity to brief you privately on where we're going.
Also, I know you had provided, I believe, an opinion in reference to the proposed sugar sweetened beverage tax in reference to the city's ability to represent or defend itself against any type of litigation against that. Can you give your perspective on that opinion as well as what additional steps you may need to do from an enforcement perspective if that legislation goes into effect?
Yeah, I can't talk too much about the enforcement. Is mostly on the revenue side. I mean, in terms of unless there's litigation. But I can tell you on March 1st, I think I provided a copy to council with the permission of the mayor. The mayor asked me, acting responsibility for what authority this body has in terms of enacting the proposed sugar-sweetened beverage tax. I gave him the opinion that the law department, and by that not just me, but the staff working for me, we feel very confident that this body has the authority to enact such measures. I identified two potential arguments that the law department is familiar with, obviously before me in the first or second iteration of the legislation 4 or 5 years ago. and we think that neither argument is really going to win the day. The first one is the contention that this is a sales tax, and we looked at the body of law that goes back to 1957, which says essentially, under the Sterling Act, we have the authority to pass legislation so long as it doesn't conflict with any state legislation. And what the court will do is look at the incidence of the tax. In other words, where's it going to be imposed on? In this particular case, the imposition will be in the transaction between the distributor and the retailer, as opposed to a sales tax, which occurs with the retailer and the consumer. And that's a big distinction in terms of what the court will look at. And the second one would be how the tax is measured. A sales tax naturally is measured by the price. In this particular case, the proposed legislation measures the tax based on the volume. And while there's conversation about how much will be passed through, so long as the legislation does not require the distributor to pass it through, distributor is a business matter, can pass it to the retailer, who is a business matter, can decide to pass it to the consumer. The courts will not look at that. The courts will look at where the tax is imposed and how it's measured. And for those reasons, we're pretty confident that it would survive any challenge. And second is a question of uniformity. We've heard some suggestions that someone may argue that it's not uniform because you're taxing Diet Cola, you're taxing regular Coca-Cola one way, and you're not taxing Diet Cola. And we think that this body will be able to present evidence that the sugary drinks, there are health deficits associated with it. By that I mean obesity and diabetes. And that this body can make the reasonable distinction between those sugary drinks and other drinks that don't have the sugar in it. So we think on the basis of that, that this legislation, we can beat back any challenges to it. And that's my opinion as the solicitor, and it's one that I'm very comfortable obviously sharing with you and anyone else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Just let everybody know, as people are looking quizzical out there, all those folks with their First Amendment rights out on the street are going to be in here in about an hour. So, like I said, it could be an interesting evening.
And one thing for Councilman Green, I wanted just to make clear for the record, my position is simply whether or not this body has authority to enact it. I don't give an opinion as to which side is right or wrong. I'm simply giving the legal opinion. I just want to make that clear for the record. That gets confusing.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Reynolds Brown?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Law Department.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman.
Welcome to these proceedings. This is your inaugural visit, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Three things. One, it's no secret that members of this body care deeply about making sure that our government looks like the city of Philadelphia, and more specifically that the executive level of government looks like Philadelphia. So please, haven't been there now for how many days? How old are you? 90?
I'm 40 years old, but 4 months and maybe a day or so. I think it's actually 4 months today.
Wow. Okay. So can you speak to how intentional you are or plan to be in the area of increasing opportunity for minorities and women in majority law firms that are receiving city contracts?
Yes, and there are two ways to look at it, Councilwoman. First is to expand the pool of people who should bid on our contracts. And so, consistent with that, I've actually reached out, coming from this legal community. I know the Carton Johnsons, I know the Wadu Damad, I know people, Rich Harris, who I said, I want you to be bidding on our contracts. Obviously, I can't give them advance notice, but if there's an RFP, it involves litigation, I know folk who can do the job. I let them know, you should think about it. Sometimes they come back to me and say...
Pull it closer because we're
Sometimes they come back to me, they said, we appreciate it, Sozi, but the rate's too low. And I understand that. But other times they're intrigued because they say no one's actually ever reached out to us affirmatively and done that. The second issue is, with respect to any of our vendors, our current vendors, I've reached out to them and said, one, we want to know your demographic data. Who's doing the work? Because the way we give credit is one of three ways. Billing partner, originating partner, or partner who's actually doing the work.
How do you validate that? Verify that.
I'm starting a process where I'm actually, we've never done that before. We may say, well, you said you're going to give 30%, we trust you. But for the first time, we're actually I'm going to be sending letters and said, you represented that you expect 30% of your work to be done by diverse attorneys. Can you give me your hours? Tell me if that's the case.
Yes.
And I think most firms, if that's the case, that is the case. But
Sure.
and this is also with respect to any subcontractor. So a majority firm bids and says, I'm going to give 40% of the work on a subcontracting basis to a diverse attorney. Now, we want to know whether you've done that. And if you haven't, why not? Because we assume when people represent that, that's what they intend to do.
Sure. And we heard the stories on the other end where minority and women legal eagles are where that's not happening.
They've told me.
Okay.
And that's something that, and I know I talked to Angela Dow-Burton of OEO. She said that there should be, they have I think is it B2G or something, they have a program where if a vendor is paid by us, they try to see if that vendor is actually paid the subcontractor.
Okay.
There's supposed to be a way to validate that. But irrespective of that, we'll be taking our own measures.
Well, that's a paradigm shift and one that we welcome.
Yeah, I sat down with Nolan Atkinson, I sat down with Angela Dow-Burton and other folks to just try to come up with a way to have we sent, in the next one, $8 million out. That if $8 million is coming from the law department to outside counsel, that it's getting to folks who are more representative of Philadelphia. It's not going to happen overnight. It'll require a lot of checking.
But if you don't put intentional protocols in place, then nothing happens.
We're committed to it.
The system is not going to change on its own.
We're absolutely committed to it.
Okay. Secondly, on page 8 of your testimony, there's a $400,000 contract to RCDH of Pennsylvania Incorporated. So, of course, I'm struck by the fact that it's not a local business, and I'd be willing to learn why that might be the case for obvious reasons, and what do they do?
And I think, is it Francis, somebody, I think Francis can talk to that, but let me give you the skinny. The skinny is that at the time this contract was issued, it was when they were doing reassessments through AVI, and we needed appraisers to do that work. And many of the appraisers in the city were conflicted out.
Please,
Yeah, Associate Jim, you're going to
I'm so sorry, I keep forgetting the blaring horns behind me.
Try to raise the voice a little bit.
No, absolutely.
It's getting
hard. I have Frances Beckley, who actually, I was telling you was hearsay, it was from her, but she can alert you to that.
Please identify yourself and proceed.
As you'll remember that AVI...
Identify yourself.
Oh, excuse me. I'm Frances Beckley, and I'm a member of I used to be in the tax unit, and I'm a member of the law department, and I was chief counsel at the time that contract was put in place. If you'll remember, AVI was a bit of a chaotic, sudden situation. The landowners, the large property owners, got ahead of the law department in terms of hiring most of the best appraisers. We had very few. We did make efforts to look for, and I remember we discussed it here with council, smaller appraisal firms, women-owned appraisal firms, minority appraisal firms. We really couldn't find anybody who was equipped to do the work other than this one firm, and they've done a lot of good work.
Other than what?
Than the firm that was hired on an emergency basis.
Quickly, briefly, concisely, because that bell's going to ring, what exactly did you do when you say you couldn't find?
I know that we placed advertisements. I know that we talked it up among the community of appraisers and real estate tax lawyers trying to find it, and the people who were recognized as extremely fine, almost all of them had already been engaged by large property owners, so we could not use them. And we ended up basically scrambling. And on a long-term basis, I don't think I think we would have been able to get a better result. It's also not a field where we found that there are very many, unfortunately, very many minority.
There are or are not?
There are not. And, we would love to encourage firms that want to enter.
If the start date is November 1, the end date is when?
I don't.
Is it still?
That's still an ongoing contract.
Because I see even with this company, so you found an outside company that also does not have any MBE, WBE, goals, participation, or whatever. Where are they located?
I believe they're located in Conshohocken. And it's purely assessment services. So they're not like there's opportunities for subcontracting materials or
Okay.
other things. It's just actually a few highly trained professionals doing the work themselves.
Okay, the bell has rung, and so City Solicitor, we can expect some progress by when? By a year from now with regards to this new protocol you're putting in place for ensuring that lawyers in these large firms who get huge city contracts are making sure that the opportunity gets spread across minority and women-owned lawyers?
As you know, as a lawyer, I'm wary of setting goals, but I think what I want to report to you, Councilwoman, is in 3 months, I want to meet with you and tell you where we're at.
Okay.
And I think that's more, and it also keeps me on my toes, so I
Very
know
well.
I have a goal set for myself.
Okay, then.
So I have that on my tickler for 3 months from now to come to you and tell you where we're at.
Very well. Thank you, City Solicitor. Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Kim.
Hi, welcome,
Thank you.
Mr. Talente. I'm so join in welcoming you with my colleagues, and as both of us are new into City Council and City Government, I'm really looking forward to partnering with your department. There's a lot of hopes there from a lot of people. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about your plans for expanded affirmative litigation. This is an area that I know that you and I have had conversations about a little bit. You've referenced some things about expanded consumer protection in particular, something that we've certainly been looking at, and would love to hear what some of your thoughts are about what you think is possible in this area.
And I'm going to start by probably not giving the answer you want, which is I'm going to give you a very general overview, but I don't like to let people I might sue know I'm going to sue them. So I can tell you in very categorical terms the process we're undertaking. And what that is, we're first examining what the law is. Unfortunately, unlike in California, because they have
Are you speaking specifically about consumer protection or about affirmative litigation?
I'm just starting with that because that's one of the broad categories of affirmative litigation. Unfortunately, we don't have, under our consumer protection laws, the city doesn't have a lot of the authority to vindicate those. Attorney General's office does. We do have a false claims ordinance, and that's something that we're exploring. It's been underutilized, and we think we have a great opportunity to explore some areas there. What the process we're undertaking is we're inviting, we talk to cities who've been very aggressive. And I don't know if you saw, there's no reason you saw it, in the Wall Street Journal today, they profiled the city of Providence. It has 20 city attorneys, but they've managed to sort of, push the envelope in affirmative litigation so that people expect this kind of litigation from them. We talked to folks like that, and they said, well, have you thought about A, B, or C? The first thing we have to examine is whether or not we have damages in that area. And we see if there are damages, then we look at the legal theory. And the problem is that it doesn't happen overnight. And what I promise council is that when we get closer, I'll be in a position to brief you before we make any moves.
And, our office would love to work with you, and especially on any type of initiative in partnership with the Attorney General or with the DA's office on how to expand, particularly around the area of consumer protection.
Absolutely,
so is
we
that
would love
something
that.
that you would be open to? Great. So I've asked several departments about the cost to the city of settlements and judgments that have been related to alleged police misconduct. And many of these questions have actually been referred to the law department.
They always refer everything to us, so we take it.
And I would appreciate, anything that you could do to provide some clarity about this area, and in particular, whether information related to the judgments and settlements is made available to the public, and how often that happens. And two, does the city make any budgeting projections for anticipated annual liability?
So when we are addressing the publicizing of the settlement amounts, every year, I just know through my position as being in charge of the Civil Rights Unit, that we would have to put together a list of all settlements involving alleged police misconduct. And I think that was through a right-to-know request through the media. And the media then would be provided that information. So I know on an annual basis, the media has provided that information through a right-to-know request. And that has been at least for the past 5 or 6 years that I'm aware of. As far as how we try to gauge our exposure. I can tell you some of the things we do to try to prevent litigation from happening. I know the Civil Rights Unit does training of police recruits on a rotating basis. As the recruits are going through the police academy, they spend a session with the civil rights attorneys talking about Fourth Amendment rights, talking about police paperwork. They do training on dealing with people suffering from mental illness through crisis intervention training. We do follow-ups with the police department when we know that there have been settlements made. We notify the police department, here are the settlements that have occurred in the last quarter. If you would like, we can provide you additional information to the police department. That's how we work with Captain Healy. And in regards to giving projections as far as what we expect each year, I can say over the 10 years that I've been there, the settlements have ranged somewhere between $8 to $10 million. There was maybe a year where they fluctuate and they go really high, but then there'll be a year where they go back down. Part of the problem there is, and I think it's in any case, is you can't control what happens out on the street. So if you have an incident that potentially has some catastrophic results, we're left with dealing with that, but we can't sort of project that that's coming in the future.
And Councilwoman, we have breakdowns that we can share with you in terms of how much. What we do is we code the total payments we've made, right, based on categories by fiscal year. So shooting, excessive force, city motor vehicle, sidewalk fall down, and we have that information that we could share with you so that you from fiscal year 2011 up until today.
So I would respond very quickly by saying that FOIAs that are made available to the media is not my interpretation of what's considered publicly available. There's a big difference between if a media entity requests a FOIA of the city government, that's fundamentally different about whether that is actually available to the public for review. Would you agree with that? That's actually not a very publicly available document then, for the average citizen, for example.
I mean, all of our settlements, we can't have confidentiality on our settlements because it's the city's funds. As far as publicizing all of the settlements that occur, that hasn't been something that we've been asked to do.
Okay.
And Councilman, we're not this is a conversation we'll have with the police department if you'd like. We're not adverse to it, but just we have not done
Been
it.
asked.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
that's
helpful. We can look at it.
And I did want to clarify that the 8 to 10 million is a significant figure, obviously. I don't think I've heard that before, but I think that's a fundamentally different, when you talk about you can't control what happens on the streets, that's to me a risk management issue, and there's a certain amount of level. But I think what I'm discussing is an issue of alleged police misconduct, and that is something we should want to be able to control and be able to understand better. And does the law department review judgments and settlements related to alleged police misconduct in order to identify any patterns that we can thus control, as opposed to, do we do proactive trainings? Yes, I understand that very clearly, but once a judgment has been entered, settlements have been made, and an analysis of what went wrong has been identified, do you then work with the police department to review or identify patterns that might need to lead to policy changes or practices for the police department?
Yeah, I mean, I think we do it, as you indicated, if the liability is not due to a rogue officer or someone, who, if it's actually a result of a policy and pattern, we identify that and we reach out. This friend Healy, who's a captain there, we talk to them and we talk to leadership, because ultimately if there's liability here, it's just a matter of time before the liability reoccurs, and it's in everybody's interest to stop it from happening. And I'm saying that generally, but I know Craig has been in the trenches for 10 years dealing with specifically that.
Yeah, on numerous occasions, we'll actually ask the police department or request the police department to address in their policies and their directives issues that we've seen come up through cases. And I can tell you we have been very successful with having a very good working relationship with them, to where if we make recommendations, they're normally enacted by the police department.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Sanchez?
Thank you. I just want, for the record, since the city solicitor was talking about the soda tax, the way the law is written, there is a provision that if the distributors don't pay, we will collect to the retail folks. So this notion that the tax is based on the distributors, the law is written with a fallback plan.
Yeah, no, if I...
I know,
Okay.
It comes across as, based on what your legal opinion is, that we're never going to hit the retail guys.
Oh, no, I didn't intend that at all.
I just want to be clarifying it for the record, because we agree.
Yeah, okay.
There is a fallback provision, and stores will be taxed if the distributors do not pay.
That's right. If we don't collect from the distributor, the retailer would be, may be liable.
Just for the record.
Yes.
I'm going to do real quickly, because the chair wants to get through the public defenders, and there's an opportunity that the city solicitors will get called back. Can someone confirm for me whether or not we are doing sheriff's sales on owner-occupied water liens?
On water debt? Yeah, water. Okay. No, we are not doing... excuse me. This is Frank Paiva.
That's okay, you don't have to identify yourself, but right into the microphone, please.
Okay. The sheriff sales that we've conducted with respect to water have been limited to stormwater.
Mm-hmm.
That is properties where they do not have water service.
Okay. All right, I just want that clarification for it. The other, there's a little incongruency with, the law department is claiming that you're going to improve collection debts by 35%. In the testimony by the water department, they said that they're only going to improve collections by 2% and using that to justify the water rate increase.
Right. You have to remember that what we collect, i.e. the law department, is a subset of the larger collectible dollars that the Water Revenue Bureau collects. So when I have those increases are specifically what the law department will be able to obtain.
So what gets in your portfolio versus the traditional revenue collection strategy?
Right, exactly.
Okay. So, and we'll talk, again, when you do the callback, we can get a little bit into the water revenue debt and the way it is aged and quickly increasing. As it relates to the coupling of water and real estate debt for collection purposes, are owner-occupied properties going to fall in that batch?
Well, owner-occupied properties are subject to sheriff's sale. There are significant safety net that this council passed with the owner-occupied payment agreements, which enables taxpayers to pay based on their income levels, and it also prevent any type of enforcement actions with respect to past arrearages.
Right. In the early indications was we had a 50% non-compliance rate, in part because if you didn't pay last year's debt and you're not on a monthly plan for this year's debt, we're going to be in non-compliant, within a matter of months. So are we moving the same way we want to move those debts together? I mean, it is our hope then when our water affordability regulations are in place, we can couple them together for payment, for purposes of payment. I just want to make sure that, again, as the revenue strategy, collection strategies align, that this council has been very affirmative about protecting owner-occupied properties as we change our regulations to help people become compliant, so that there shouldn't be a conflict with that. There's plenty of debt of people who can afford it for us not to go after the owner-occupied. I just want to be highlight that. And then I guess if we're going to get a call back from the law department, because Mr. Chair is upset here.
I'm not upset, I'm just stating for the record.
As long as you want.
This place is going to get very busy, so. You have anything else?
I'll wait for my questions for the next time. I may forward them to the law department to get them prior to. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Chairman Green. A few more follow-up questions on this. I'm going to give you the brief questions. Just give me a brief answer if you can so we can get through this. In the areas of sequestration, right? It seems to me that the use and occupancy, landlord tax and use and occupancy tenant tax are based on tenants being in there paying rent.
Right.
which you should be able to then use that program for those taxes, or you can't?
See, we could use sequestration for the collection of the use and occupancy tax.
Right.
It's my understanding we cannot use it for that privilege tax, for that. It's only with respect to the municipal claims. So,
is there any reason why you can't use it? Because that's $20 million.
The law is limited. I mean, the issue that occurs, and in fact, there are some folks who have it as part of their business plan, is that the landlords are not collecting the U&O tax. Instead, they are filing with the city what we call a U03, saying the tenant hasn't paid me the tax, so don't look to me for the tax, look to the tenant. And this may be in cases where the landlord, in fact, did get paid the rent. It's one thing, if the landlord didn't get paid the rent, we can't make them liable for it. But there are some business owners who are taking advantage of this provision, and that just results, because it's far harder to collect from the tenants. The tenants disappear very quickly. Often they're corporate entities where there's no personal liability. So that is an issue with the U&O tax.
So on a separate note, and I've asked this of, I think, the Finance and Revenue, if you could come back to us with the methods of how they're going to collect these delinquent taxes across the board, not today, another time in the future, I would love to see that detail of how we're going to go about collecting all these delinquencies. One last question. There's an attrition rate right now in the department of like 19.2%. And I'm just wondering, that bell had to ring quicker than my normal time. You set that short. That was a good one.
It wasn't me.
That's okay. Is there a problem like keeping people? Is it the salaries that are too low, or what's the issue?
Absolutely, it's the salaries. Though we've had some recent raises to get people back to step and some merit raises, the example I give is that the young man we hired, Damaris Walker, who's our last hire, he's going to be starting at $50,867, and I guarantee you he's probably the lowest paid graduate of Yale Law School for his class. But we had, we were able to persuade him to come over. But I also think, in addition to salary, which is a big deal, retaining people, the sense of morale that folks didn't have names in on their doors. We have bed bugs. Everybody has bed bugs, but we have issues like that. And so it requires a leadership being present, being able to tell people that they're doing a good job. I try to go to court hearings so that the young attorneys know I'm there. And it's the sense of working together. Whenever someone mocks the law department, which you'd be surprised happens quite frequently, I say, to try to push back and to have pride in the work we do. So we're hoping to get that number down, but until there's real salary adjustments, all this stuff will be sort of Pyrrhic victories.
Where do those adjustments have to come from?
We'll work with budget and we'll, I know we've been speaking with the defenders to try to get some parity and,
I mean, you have $750 million across the board of delinquent taxes. It seems to me it's worth it to pay people more money to collect it.
Well, in that case, Frank is the most important person in the office.
Absolutely.
Because if we can get more money in, we can pay more, we would love that. But, that's always a challenge for us. And,
Right.
that hasn't gone away.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
And that buzzer went off by accident, sir. Just to let you know. Councilman Taubenberger.
Yes. Two very quick questions. Mr. City Solicitor, the average salary, would you say, what would you say that is?
I have it somewhere in my testimony.
Well, approximately. I'm not going to.
It's about, average full-time staff is $65,000. That's everyone.
To make your goals, and I think they're very good for diversity and for keeping and getting very highly talented young people, what would you like that range to be?
A lot higher.
Well, that's the question.
No, it's something that we're exploring, and I always try to get Anna Adams not to be upset at me if I keep asking for more money. But it's a real challenge, and really, when we had the last the merit raises, I was able to allocate more money to our younger attorneys because, particularly for DHS, they're going to court and child welfare. They're completely overwhelmed with the amount of cases, but they're getting paid $51,000 a year on top of the debt they have. I mean, that's the challenge. So, I'm happy to continue talking about salary adjustments because no matter what else we talk about, if we don't address that, our attrition rate will always be in the high double digits, without question. And we won't be able to recruit the talented people we have. And the way I sell the law department is that we're doing work that you can't do anywhere else.
Correct.
But at the end of the day, people have families and
Would there be any way that we could have a program that while they're in your employee, the debt could be possibly paid? The teachers do it.
I think there've been talk of that, and we're happy to explore it.
Okay.
That's
I'd like to
something
be involved in those discussions if
Absolutely.
possible.
We appreciate your interest in that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Dom raised one finger. I think he means one question. Councilman Dom.
Thank you very much, thank you. Land Bank, 1,020 city-owned properties were approved for transfer on April 6th into the Land Bank. Have these properties been transferred?
That's something,
You could let me know.
Yeah. I'm told 850 have been transferred.
All right, so here's my concern, just the statistics that I saw. We spend $20 million a year on vacant properties, of which could produce $2 million a year in real estate taxes. So it'll take us 10 years, once we get rid of them, to make up for the cost per year. So this is a focus, so we have to get rid of these properties and get them into the hands of people paying taxes. But we got to get rid of them and get them off our books. It's $20 million a year to maintain them. So whatever you can do to help us, it's a huge problem.
That's something we'll be focused on.
Okay, thank you. Thank
you. No further questions? Thank you all very much. Thank you for your time.
Councilman.
Next department is the Public Defender. They could come forward right away, please. Thank you. And whoever is leaving, please leave quietly so we can proceed.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, I
Yeah,
guess, right?
Ms. Pratt, again, if I could ask everybody to please leave quietly. Madam Public Defender, good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Please identify yourself and proceed.
Good afternoon, Councilman Chair. My name is Kira Bradford Gray. I'm the Chief Public Defender for the Defender Association of Philadelphia. Here with me today is Mr. James McHugh, First Assistant Defender, and Ms. Kristen Mule, our Chief Financial Officer at the Defender Association. I wanted to bring a PowerPoint with me today to kind of illustrate the services that we provide, because I know it's easy to talk about it, but to show it is much more demonstrative. But before I begin,
Do we have a paper one of that too? Did you make?
There was a paper one that was given. I don't know if it was
thinking of the
distributed.
people who are not here, but okay, go ahead.
All right, no problem. So before I begin, I do want to talk about how extremely grateful and excited I am to be back in Philadelphia at this time. I mean, this is a time for criminal justice reform, and in criminal justice reform, I think we are recognizing across the country and across the nation that we cannot incarcerate our way to public safety, and that we need to look at more responsible and common sense reforms. So I would be remiss if I did not thank President Council Clark and, of course, Councilman Jones for all their work by bringing a resolution for a Criminal Justice Reform Committee that will help us achieve a system that is fiscally responsible, meaning that it uses the taxpayer dollars wisely, fundamentally fair, that we can reduce bias, because we have a lot of challenges with that in our criminal justice system, and of course, and last but not least, one that promotes public safety. And I am really happy to be able to illustrate how the Defender Association services pretty much serves all those goals, and how we can do more of that in the future. We do need some increases in our budget to be able to do that, and we'll talk about that. But before I even get into my ask, I will get into how this council's appropriation for fiscal year 2016, how the return on investment was twofold. For 2016, our appropriation was $41,753,949. And as a standalone agency, we are a 501c3, 501c nonprofit corporation that uses a services contract with the city to provide legal representation for those who cannot afford to hire a lawyer. We also have service contracts with the city to provide legal representation to children in our child welfare agencies that are considered abused and neglected. And that is about, we are contracted with the city to do about 60% of that work. And I think for fiscal year or calendar year 2015, we represented over 4,000 children in that area. So that's going to be something that's very important. I'm kind of waiting for the PowerPoint to start here. But before we do, I will just go into a little bit about...
We got top-notch equipment in this place, don't we?
That's okay. I really appreciate your time and attention to this. What I want to, what this PowerPoint, once we get it rolling, will illustrate is the, okay, thank you. The monetary amount of the return on investment from the city's investment into, just go to the first slide. Yeah, like the first slide, sorry. The city's return on investment for our office, the $41 million, as we did a data analysis through our efforts with the MacArthur grant, we found that we saved the city by our model and service delivery, we saved the city over the amount of money that was appropriated in fiscal year 2016. Also, there are other initiatives and programs that we have engaged in that have saved millions of dollars as well. I do also want to show that our representation goes beyond the courtroom. So some of our programs and initiatives and in the delivery of services that we engage in through our holistic model of representation does further many societal values that I don't think many people understand. So that's why we brought this PowerPoint today to kind of illustrate that point directly. Now, our practice areas include child advocacy, and like I said, they are the abused and neglected children, or children that are deemed to be abused and neglected children. We work hand in hand with the City Solicitor's Office and, of course, DHS. In that area, this is a huge area of opportunity for our office because as we do represent children that are charged with crimes and adults that are charged with crimes, we have an opportunity to get a first glance of people that may be on the trajectory of coming into our criminal justice system. And if we have the money or budget increase to help us track even better statistics and data and do data analysis, we can talk about trends and patterns that contribute to the continued cycle that we saw in our child advocacy representation, and we can look at where are the gaps in services. So I think that this is a huge opportunity for our office to have this spectrum of representation that will provide a wealth of information for City Council and as well as other criminal justice stakeholders. Our juvenile delinquency representation is, we represent children between the ages of 10 years old and 18. It's an unfortunate, age to be involved in our criminal justice system, but however, we see many kids that are in our system in that age range. Of course, we do adult criminal representation, and I know that my good friend here, Councilman Jones, did not understand that we did represent people that are accused of misdemeanors, so just in case anyone else in City Council does not understand that, I want to make that point clear. We represent criminal prosecutions for adults and misdemeanors all the way up to capital cases, and that's for your murder cases where capital punishment is imposed. Go ahead. I broke down our areas of representation by district so that you see kind of the impact that we have on your constituent base. And you have the numbers for me. Sorry, one moment. Right here. So by District 1, and this is just for a calendar year, and we looked at all of our clients by the zip code that they provided at the time of their arrest. And so we look at District 1, we represented 7,000, a little over 7,000 of your constituents. District 2, 4,800. District 3, 4,300. District 4, 3,700. District 5, a little over 7,000. District 6, almost 5,000. District 8, a little over 8,000. District 9, a little over 3,000, and District 10, 1,900. So you see that we have a large impact on a lot of your constituents, and this is just in one fiscal year. We didn't go back many other years to see how many different people that we represented, but this is just in one fiscal year that the criminal justice system has impacted many people that are represented in your districts. So what I want to do is talk about the Defender Association's national reputation. Our national reputation allows us to attract lawyers from all over the country, from various top law schools. Some of them come here, relocate, and contribute to Philadelphia's tax base. However, we are also able to keep good lawyers that are coming from the Philadelphia school systems. Of course, you see Drexel, Villanova, Temple, UPenn, those types of schools that we're able to keep good lawyers here to do the work that they want to do for the communities that they love. So I did want to illustrate that point because we just had an opportunity to do hiring for our new class of lawyers, and we were able to attract people who are heavily recruited by other major legal defense, Indian defense organizations across the country. I mean, some of the top. They came to Philadelphia, and they're going to be a part of Philadelphia citizenship.
I'm sure the Temple universities were right at the top of that list, right?
Temple University, UPenn, Drexel, and Villanova were also very much so. You can go ahead. Now, of course, as we are understanding now, legal defense has dramatically shifted over the past decade, and I do want to thank Seth Williams, our District Attorney Seth Williams, for recognizing the need for the prosecution's mantra to change as well, because what he has done is recognize the fact that it's not just enough to shuffle people through the criminal justice system and say, have a good life, but you actually have to provide them some rehabilitative services so they can be better productive citizens for their communities and help to increase public safety. So I do want to say that, but I want to make sure that you know that while Seth Williams has the power and control to help okay some of these diversionary programs, the work that is involved in it requires a load of effort from the Defense Council and namely the Defender Association of Philadelphia. We will go through what that work entails because that is going to be a part of why we're asking for some of our budget increases. Holistic representation is a national model, is a national trend that we are bringing to our Defender Association. It's not just addressing the legal needs in the courtroom, but it's going beyond that and addressing all the needs that they come before us with, the social needs, as well as some of the civil needs or civil issues that are affected when one is impacted by the criminal justice system. We have right now an opportunity to collaborate with CLS to do more training for our lawyers to understand when civil remedies or civil, civil benefits are impacted by the criminal justice system. These are situations where many of our clients, and most don't know that, but many of our clients are actually made more desperate by very short stays in the criminal justice system because it affects their housing, it affects medical benefits, it affects mental health benefits. It also affects licensing and sometimes child and parental custody rights. So all of these things are affected that we never used to really deal with, and we are now doing just that. I think we went to that right there. You can go ahead. So when we talked about the work of the Criminal Justice Committee in the very beginning, the work that City Council is very engaged in and very interested in making sure that we have a system that promotes fiscal responsibility using taxpayer dollars wisely, I do want to stress that the Defender Association services and model does just that. So I will go through some of the slides that talk about how we promote fiscal responsibility and how your return on the investment of using limited taxpayer dollars very wisely is very well invested in the Defender Association of Philadelphia's work. We have what we call an alternative sentencing unit, and this is something that is in the area of criminal justice reform, where we are tasked with the responsibility of finding alternatives to incarceration by working with our clients and working with their families to develop alternative sentencing plans that are accepted by the courts and are agreed upon, and these people are released earlier than they normally would have been released, but for the work that the defender did in kind of trying to develop planning and developing and identifying needs for alternative sentencing into the community. So just last year alone, we filed 1,756 early parole petitions. 94% of them were accepted by the courts and were granted. These people were released with a community plan, saving an average of 49 days in jail for all 1,700 people, estimating a cost savings on prison costs of $6.7 million. Now, our work with MacArthur, the initiative that we just become involved in, will help our office expand this practice, and we will be expanding that practice not only for the clients that are deemed indigent, but for all clients that are represented by outside counsel, either conflict counsel as well as private counsel, and we are planning to expand that by at least 400 petitions, which will give us an estimated savings of about $8.2 million by the end of FY17. So that is a huge savings generated by the work that we do to ensure that our clients are actually, we understand their issues and we understand how to address their needs better rather than over-incarcerating. Some of the most impressive information that we have was based on data analysis that was discovered through our work on the MacArthur Grant. And through that data analysis, we've learned that the Defender Association's model and representation style was deemed to have disposed of cases much earlier than any other player in the criminal justice system. So through MacArthur Grant, the MacArthur Foundation's information, we found that we took a snapshot of our incarcerated clients, and we found that the Defender Association actually disposes of cases in 93 days, as opposed to court-appointed counsel that disposes of their cases 229 days. When you calculate the savings of that, differential, by using even a moderate assessment of prison costs, which is about $95 per day, we average a savings amount of, Mark? I'm sorry. With savings amount of $12,000 per person, which averaged $44.5 million. Those are actual estimates based on actual data that was given to us through the MacArthur Foundation's efforts, as well as using some of our University of Penn research alums and assistants to help look at our services as opposed to other people's in the system. That right there alone is a full return on your investment for your contract services with our office. And I mean, we'll talk about even more things that we're doing, but I'm sorry, this is really hard to focus.
Yeah, it's a little tough, yeah. You got competition here, so.
But that's all right. We're public defenders, we're pretty much used to this. And in any event, we're just showing the savings and the return on the investment by using contracting with the Defender Association. We do our work, we employ our training that we employ, the model, as well as the talented lawyers and other professionals that we use in our interdisciplinary team help us provide this type of representation to your citizens. Fundamental fairness.
Ms. Bradford, if I could ask, do you have much more? Because
there is a few more. I mean, I'm going to try my best to rush through them.
We have members that want to ask questions, maybe that some of that can be brought up during the questions.
Absolutely.
That's okay?
If that's okay, if you let me just get through these really quickly. I just want to talk about our work in helping to reduce the bias. This is a really important subject that I don't know if many people understand that we do. We have a huge issue with bias in our criminal justice system. We cannot ignore that. We look at a snapshot of Philadelphia alone, and the disparity is huge. So some of our work includes work that goes beyond the courtroom, but it also starts with community engagement. We have engaged with law enforcement, church members, community stakeholders, as well as other stakeholders in the criminal justice system to conduct forums, and that's through the disproportionate minority contact. Can you go back, please, Jose? When you looked at we collected our data just on our juvenile system, and we looked at the number of adjudications by delinquency. We saw if you see the pie graph, the African American youth are represented almost 90% more than any other population. There are about 3,000 petitions that were going into our juvenile justice system, and even though the numbers for juvenile arrests were down, the disparities remain constant. So the Defender, with all of our data and all of our information and our engagement with our clients and communities, we started to take this information to to the sources, which were the police departments, and try to come up with solutions. We formulated a corporation called the Disproportionate Minority Contact Corporation, which designs to engage minority youth and law enforcement in meaningful conversations around negative contact in their communities. So like we saw the other day in the town hall with the stop and frisk, these youth engagement forums are much more progressive, much more positive outcomes and solution-driven results come out of these forums. And by our presence in that area, we have the community, the public trust as well as stakeholder trust. We also sit down and we prepare the community for what's expected and how do we move from the point of aggression to the point of progression. And I think we do a lot of work there. We also have taken our model and created a statewide DMC forum where we have secured funding through PCCD to help communicate effectively law enforcement in affected communities. Our model that began in Philadelphia and now has moved statewide has also been demonstrated on the national stage. Two of our youth that have participated in our youth forums have been invited to the White House to demonstrate some of these initiatives that we engage in here in Philadelphia. So lastly, I just want to talk about the fact that our holistic model does help reduce recidivism and promote public safety. Most of the time we hear about public safety, it's echoed through the sentiments of law enforcement and the district attorney's office, but what we do in the defender office also helps promote public safety because we are identifying needs, identifying opportunities for rehabilitation, and coming up with alternatives to incarceration that promote better and more effective uses of our criminal justice system. So with that, I will end my presentation about our work and how it supports criminal justice reform goals, how it will also support this council's efforts to make sure that we have a criminal justice system that works well for all citizens. Our budget requests do come in some of the forms of parity. When we look at parity, and we're talking about parity with all of our other legal departments here, I know we are not a part of city government per se, but in not being a part of city government, we're not engaged in the city's pension plan. So our employees, you do not pay for our employees after they retire from the Defender Association or after they leave. But while they are here, our salaries are dramatically lower than any other department in this city. And that's something that is causing a tremendous burden on our office, where it's taxing our resources for training, but it's also creating a high attrition rate for the lawyers that we attract to come here. In year 4 of our offices, of a lawyer's retention in our office, we experience a 61% turnover rate because of the inequities in salaries with the district attorney's office as well as with the law department. I think if you go back, Jose, to the salaries, when we're looking at our salaries and we look at year 4, a year 4 attorney at the Defender Association makes an average of $54,000, while a year 4 attorney at the district attorney's office makes a little over $70,000. And we looked at those averages based on what was on the public information and the public website. That is a huge salary disparity. And when you look at the work that's involved to making this system more efficient and effective, the public defender's office and the lawyers that do this work have just as much workload requirement that the district attorneys have. And so for that, we would be asking for an increase in our budget to make up for some of the salary parity that we have been in discussion with the managing director's office to help us achieve over a 4-year period. I think last year with the previous administration, I know that's not binding this administration, but with the previous administration, there was an agreement to bring us into some parity. By 2016, we were supposed to be appropriated an extra $2 million for salary parity. We did not get that. We received $1 million, and for 2016, we received nothing. So we will be asking for council to look at that closely when you're looking at the work, especially in this era of criminal justice reform. Our information, our services, and our mission and model are so valuable to that. And I would ask that the city council take a close look and really think about am asking you to appropriate some of that money to our office and to our lawyers, who are very hardworking, very talented, and very dedicated, so that we can keep them and they can do more of the work, that because they are now experienced lawyers who know how to do all of the things that we have just described leading up to these slides. Our administrative staffs are probably some of the lowest paid staff in the city. I think our starting salary is only $1 above the living wage. And so that alone creates a huge issue when we talk about turnover and using other staff and executive staff to help do some of our work.
Yeah, I know.
I see that.
No, it's just that there's...
If you want to ask questions, I'm open for questions
now. If you don't mind, we'll go to the questions.
Go to the questions.
Councilman Jones.
First of all, in my 8 years here doing budget, there have only been maybe 2 other times I wanted to stand up and give somebody a round of applause, and you are one of them.
Thank you, Councilman Jones.
This is one of the better presentations I've ever seen, and I'm going to tell you why. Because everybody comes in here asking for more money. But what you quantified was that rate of return on investment that equals, it was greater than the initial budget allocation. And in particular, I paid attention to the fact that you could save, or have saved, based on stays in State Road and other places, $44.5 million. That's real money. If I recall, Mr. President, we gave the school district that amount 1 year. The entire school district, we gave them about $43 million, it might have been. So had we followed this trend and kind of maybe reinvested in justice, we might have done a lot better. The other thing that comes to mind is that folks must do this for a calling.
Yes.
Because they ain't doing it for the pay.
Obviously not.
They're doing it because there's something deep inside of them that they are. So having said those things, I wanted to ask you a few questions. In particular, one that I found out about up at Gratisford. And there is a lawsuit that has petitioned the court to release juvenile lifers
Yes.
that were convicted. And that, Mr. President, is going to have a dramatic impact on Philadelphia. It's my understanding that somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 of them
Yes.
are headed back to Philadelphia alone.
Absolutely.
And so how many of those were your cases? Can you give me some insight on that?
Well, this is where the Defender Association really steps up and helps the city with some of the obligations that are mandated by the Constitution. Our obligation was to represent 6 out of the 300 juvenile life without parole returning citizens. But we knew that our model was one that would be very effective and efficient. So we took the liberty to step up and enter our appearance in about 225 of those cases. And so with that, we wanted to make sure that these cases were done correctly, because we knew Philadelphia and Pennsylvania were going to have a spotlight on them. These are going to be a very difficult population to manage. We have the infrastructure and the training and the resources to do so. We were also given more resources by the city to help us in this effort, because we've taken on an obligation that we did not have to. With that, in the resources that we were given, we were actually able to achieve parity in our salaries, because it was recognized that the work that had to go into them were of equal value of that of the district attorneys. So our lawyers in that negotiation process were able to achieve parity based on the recognition of service and work that was going to go into this effort.
So how many actual returning young men and women were represented by you guys?
6. Initially 6. We only had 6 juvenile lifers that were in Gratisford or other state facilities, but the others were represented by some form of court-appointed counsel or private counsel. We recognize the fact that, well, one, as you can see, the fact that we only had 6 shows that we knew how to do it right.
That's a counterintuitive statistic. When you think about it, people stereotype, I got a public defender. I've heard it in barbershops around the city of Philadelphia, but the truth be told, if you only knew, you would go with a gun that's used to shooting and not somebody that...
No pun intended.
I don't mean, bad analogy. You would go with a Yeah, bad and out. Sounded better in than out. But my point is that you would go someone that does this over and over again and understands the system, as opposed to spending a lot of money, and there are probably some worthwhile lawyers out there that do that, but statistically, you come out better with someone who does it more often.
Yes. Not only that, I think there was a study done on our Defender Association's model. It's called the RAND study. I think it was done a few years ago that really touted our model as a national standard, our model of representation, and I'm talking about it more so in our homicide unit as a model of national representation, where many of the people that we represent, their dispositions are final. So you're not going to see a whole lot of PCRAs or meritorious claims of ineffective assistance coming from that unit, from our office, and I think that saves the city a tremendous burden, because I know there's a whole backlog of PCRA appeals waiting to be heard from the city.
So back to the pay parity, I noted in one of your slides, 62% turnover?
Yes.
And so when you look at the disinvestment, so when's the last time your lawyers got a raise?
The last time our lawyers did receive a raise was when the last administration made good on one of its, part of its promises to pay us parity. We were able to give our lawyers and our staff a 2% raise. And I know when you're looking at some of the salaries that we have, starting salary $48,000, these are for some lawyers that come from Harvard and Yale and Temple and Villanova. 2% raise is almost unnoticeable. When you look at our support staff and our administrative staff who make $23,000 to $24,000 a year, a 2% raise is pretty much unnoticeable.
My final question is, I understand that at the state level, PCCD, where we serve, recognize the difference statewide with the funding for training being different for prosecutors versus defenders, and said that that wasn't fair because they represent that same pool of clients, and in a way, you have to do a lot more with a lot less.
Absolutely. Well, and when you say a lot more with a lot less, our representation of cases exceed the national standards. I mean, we represent, in our misdemeanor courts alone, one of our lawyers represents 800 cases in the national standards of 400. So even with that burden, our office is still able to get case dispositions on. But answering your question specifically, not only did PCCD recognize the need to achieve more pay parity, but our federal government also passed the Criminal Justice Act, which stated, that was signed by Congress and signed by the President, that was passed by Congress and signed by the President to achieve parity for our federal public defender office here in Philadelphia and the United States Attorney's Office here in Philadelphia. They recognize that the services should be paid equally. And so they passed that act, that Criminal Justice Act, and therefore our federal practice for federal public defenders and U.S. attorneys have parity.
Mr. Chair, and that's my last statement. I was told also in a barber shop, and I get a lot of good information from my barbers, was that the reason why people make deals is because they've spent so much time on state roads that their desperation to get out makes them take less than just sentences and deals. Do you find that to be true?
That's absolutely true, and while someone would think, why would someone plead guilty to something they didn't do, these are actually rational decisions that people are making based on their current circumstances. If you're looking at someone who is either a breadwinner of a home or someone who has been sitting in custody for months and months and months and is at risk to lose everything, they're making the most rational decisions that they have at that time. They don't have money to get their case heard or get their case in front of someone, like as the perception may go. So they're looking at their current circumstances and taking plea deals to some form of probation generally. That's generally how it goes, because they believe that that's a quick fix. But what we're seeing and what we're trying to work with communities to help inform them is that the criminal conviction has such more of a more drastic effect than the stint in prison. The collateral consequences are real. The collateral consequences for our misdemeanor, our clients that are charged and convicted of misdemeanor offenses, really kind of prohibit people from reaching middle-class citizenship in a number of areas, and we are working with many of the communities to help them understand those collateral consequences so that they don't make these rash decisions. But in effect, we are working with the criminal justice stakeholders to talk about our pretrial incarceration and how we can start reducing pretrial bail or use of cash bail so that we don't have those decisions that need to be made because of current circumstances.
Day reporting centers, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Day reporting centers would be a huge benefit to the city because they will allow for the pretrial release of those who are accused of a crime, low-level offenses, to start going somewhere to be held, to be accountable, and to start looking at areas where they can work on some of the issues that brought them into our system. A lot of these people that we're talking about that we utilize day reporting centers are low-level offenders, which are your drug use, your retail theft, some of the small property crimes that are better handled by community health experts and other professionals versus using our prison systems or our overuse of our prison systems to deal with our social ills. And so these are the things and the kind of the data and trends and patterns and information feeds that the Defender Association of Philadelphia can bring to the table of reform and better policy and practices because we represent those who are directly affected by it.
Thank you, Councilman. If I could ask everybody in here, please, to keep your voices silent, not down, because if 30 people are whispering, it's not whisper anymore, okay? So I'd appreciate that, because we're still trying to conduct a hearing. Councilwoman Kim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Badford-Gray, and to your staff, I just want to acknowledge what heroic work you and your team do every day, especially given the limited budgets and salaries. But we know that for the most needy of people in the most desperate of circumstances, were it not for the Defenders Association, justice would definitely not be served.
Thank you.
So I just want to acknowledge and thank you for the representation you strive for, and that some of my questions are a little bit, therefore, I think we made very clear about what the incredible disparity in pay that there is. And the question would be that, we know also that sustainable pay is necessary not only just to retain staff, but it's part of the moral obligation to provide right to counsel. If we are not paying folks well, we are not fulfilling our obligation to give folks a full right to counsel. So given the fact that the current budget factors in a small increase towards, that moves towards pay parity, do you have a sense of a timeline about what it will take and what additional more needs to happen in the next several years to meet our goals a little bit sooner?
Yes, and I can start off by saying, one, our current budget appropriation for FY2017 does not factor in the increments of pay parity that we discussed. No, we received the same appropriation that we received in 2016, so we did not get any increase in our budget.
Are you making a request for it?
We are making a request. They were further down, but that's okay. I will make the request now. We were making the request, and I will defer to Kristen Mule, our Chief Financial Officer, about our plan for pay parity that was negotiated, that we were in discussion with the Manager Director's office. But in fact, we're asking for what we did not get in 2016, which was the extra $1 million that was promised to us in our 4-year plan to achieve pay parity. So we were promised $2 million over the course of 4 years. In 2015, we received $1 million.
Hi, this is Kristen.
Yeah. These microphones are
Hi,
something.
Kristen Mule, Chief Financial Officer.
Speak as loud as you can, please.
Yes, over the past 2 years, 15 and 14, we received $500,000. We were in discussions with the past administration. When we did a parity study, we came up with a total of $6.5 million. They agreed to fund $2 million by 2016. And they gave us $500,000 in 2015 and $500,000 in 2014. So for our request for 2017, we're asking for that additional $1 million that was initially discussed with the previous administration.
And are you still staying with the timeline of another 4 years at $4 million, or are you looking, what is your timeline? Could you re-clarify that?
Well, At this point, we're going to be working with the managing director's office to kind of look at a pay scale, reassess the scale. But I know the previous administration had agreed to a 4-year plan of $2 million each. However, we're going to be in negotiations and discussions with this administration on how to achieve parity over a certain period of time. I think it would be critical for us to help I would ask for your help in achieving parity in more of a short order because of all the work that the defense will have to do in this effort for MacArthur grant and our challenges for criminal justice reform. It's going to call on our our lawyers and our staff to make tremendous efforts to make sure that we're bringing out information that adds to our model.
Yep.
So we're doing more for the same money.
Understood. And as we work and talk and continue to have discussions about pay parity for the Defenders Association, one of the areas that I hope that you'll take a look at is the salary differentials between your white and minority staff. It is about $12,000 differential on average and almost $15,000, I believe, differential in terms of a median salary. Is that something that you can take a look at and get back to us on in terms of how you would hope to narrow that?
Absolutely.
Or eliminate it?
We've just hired a chief operating officer who will help us understand our pay scales and our pay equity. And that is something that is high on my priority list, to make sure that we're paying everyone equal value, not just minorities, but also men and women. That is something that is very near and dear to me, and I will make every effort to do that.
I'm confident in you. One of the most exciting things that I thought that you presented today was the holistic approach that the Defenders Association takes in terms of identifying the impact of detention on how it impacts an individual's housing, mental health, employment, public benefits, family custody rights, and all those things.
Yes.
This seems like a very important model, something that we're seeking to develop, I'm sure, through various foundations and grants. It seems like this is something that you've already developed. Are there additional technological capacity that you need, or funding, in order to be able to push this out a little further?
Absolutely. So we on the services side, we need the training, and that's where we can engage in that right now. However, in order to understand our impact and look at what we're doing to communities, to clients, to their families, we really need to be able to have a more robust data collection. We did ask for a budget increase of $200,000 to provide us with software so that we can collect data to show trends and patterns that are costing us more money and making people more desperate. I think we just learned that a stint in jail of 35 days or more cuts off a lot of essential public benefits that are really, it's unnecessary for that to happen. But if we're understanding how often that happened and the impact of that, I think we can do a better job with our policies and our practice. But I think one of the things that is really critical to understand, that some of the data collection that we would be collecting is something that we are uniquely positioned to collect. Because of our representation style and our representation model, it allows us to engage with our clients and their families in such a more unique and in-depth way that we can give information that is vital to this discussion. So we would ask for an increase in our data collection, because it would only help the city further its goals.
Excuse me one second. If I could ask the folks in the balcony, we have a hearing still going on, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, excuse me, please.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that.
I don't have any further questions, but just wanted to say, as Council's created a new committee on children and youth, and I'm proud to be part of that as chair and working with my colleagues. This area that you're working in around juvenile justice, child advocacy, especially some of the more painful situations involving child abuse, we'd love to be able to partner with the Defenders Association in ways in which we can bring those issues or concerns to light. If there are hearings that we need to hold, we'd love to be able to continue to talk to you about that.
We're looking forward to it. That is a huge area that we find that we can, if we really get it right down that end, I think we can save our own criminal justice costs on the back end. And I'm talking about starting with the child advocate youth area, where we're child welfare proceedings, looking at the gaps there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And again, thank you, everyone that's here. I'm sorry we had to rush it through a little bit, but there is a lineup out here, and as you can see, people are getting a little restless.
I do see that.
But I think you know, your predecessor had a good impression on me, so I know all about the public defender and all the great things you do. And so again, keep up the good work, and welcome back to Philadelphia.
Thank you, happy to be back.
Okay, thank you very much. This committee will stand in recess for a whole 40 minutes, 5 o'clock this afternoon, where we take public testimony. Thank you all very much.